Meeting.
Hello. Hmm?
Good morning, all. I welcome you all to the 43rd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, organized by Padre College of Engineering in association with the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication.
PITE, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, in short PITE, was established by Vidyapith Education Trust in year 2006. The great philosophy of PITE management has created an edifice that is strengthening its foundation, which can only rise higher and higher. Quality and integrity is the essence of achieving excellence at PITE, a multidisciplinary institute affiliated to Kurukshetra University. Kurukshetra was approved by AICTE. The institute provides undergraduate programs in engineering and management. It is focused on its goal for producing entrepreneurs, world-class managers, and technocrats employable throughout the globe.
Now we're going to show you a little bit of video of our college. Here it goes. Wait, we need to screen share first.
Screenshot. Screen.
Anticipate approved by accredited by NABC. That's great. And one of the top 100 universities in India.
Please.
Accredited by it self-certifies its students from job seekers to job provider. Coming up with Haryana's biggest startup incubation center.
Maybe it will be.
Emerging
Back to the हम अब देखने वाली है
होस्ट ने म्यूट किया था तुम रहने दो वीडियो वीडियो रहने दो अब सीधा वो
वीडियो की बात चाहिए हो इस वीडियो
मानी तो चाहिए वीडियो में
Padre Conceição College for Engineering was established by Agna Ashram Fathers, members for the Society of Saint Francis Xavier, Tyler, in the year 1997 with a novel cause of providing quality education in the technical field. PCC is the first private engineering college in Goa and has transformed itself into one of the premier institutes in Goa, attracting many students to pursue their studies in engineering. PCC is known for its quality education, culture, and discipline. The institute is having huge infrastructure with large, spacious classrooms, tutorial rooms, seminar halls, laboratories, etc. Students at PCCE are trained by highly qualified, experienced, dedicated, and self-motivated staff. Padre Conceição College of Engineering is uniquely positioned to educate and develop technological leaders of tomorrow. Our goal at PCCE is to position our students as problem solvers, project leaders, communicators, and ethical citizens of the global.
Institute of Engineering Research and Publication. In short, IFERP is a multidisciplinary profession organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The firm constitutes of professional experts and oversees technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, it is one among the leading publishers of research papers in its prime quality, peer-reviewed journals, continuing and analyzing magazines.
About the conference. EFERP organizes the 43rd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology on 29th and 30th December 2022 at Goa. WCASET welcomes all researchers, academicians, business figures, directors, head of department, professors, industrial researchers, students from academia and industries to meet the global inspiring speakers and experts in the field of engineering and technology at a conference to discuss about new advances in respective fields. WCASET aims to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experience and research results on all aspects of engineering and technology, management, education and technology, and applied science. Convene to the world's experts advance knowledge about innovation technologies and present new research findings and promote enhanced global scientific and community collaborations in synergy with other professional associations. Supplements course reading by engaging in a technical discussion.
Now, I would like to welcome honorable dignitaries of 43rd WCA SET, Professor Vikram Kole, who is the Vice Principal of Amrit College. I would like to invite Dr. S. Gopinath, Professor and Head of Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Karpagam Institute of Technology. A warm welcome to Mr. Sid Kumar Thajar, Founder and MD, IFERP, Technorate Research and Development Association, for being here today. Next, I would like to welcome our honorable keynote speaker of our conference, Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, Professor MD Jahir Uddin Arif, Dr. Vimukti Javira, Professor Dr. Patrick Gloner, and Mr. Nilabdi Samante.
Last but not least, I welcome all the actuaries from various departments, session chairs, professors, lecturers, research scholars, delegates, and students for this wonderful event. Thank you for joining us, imparting their expertise with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all the presenters from across India who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies through virtual platform.
Hello, Dr. Vikram Kole. Please come to the stage.
Good one. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the opportunity given to Amrut as a co-host of this institute. I, Dr. Vikram Kole, Vice Principal of Atma Malik Institute of Technology and Research, Amrut, would like to welcome all the participants for this 43rd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology. We at Amrut, basically our college is established in the year 2011. It is approved by AICT New Delhi and affiliated to University of Mumbai, Maharashtra. We offer the degree courses like Civil Computer, ENTC and Mechanical Engineering and diploma courses in Civil and Mechanical Engineering. Basically, we are inspired by the philosophy of our Gurudev, Atma Malik Mauli, for creating generation that will have stronger and calmer minds. With the help of meditation, we can have a holistic growth of students, which will provide the enough opportunities in the rapidly modernizing world. In this global market, it is certain that the past educational system, certainly it will not meet the needs of the current society and even more the need of tomorrow. There is a need of fresh approach to get the issues of the college education. Now here, it is our basically commitment of Amrut to the students that when they graduate, they will be readily able to take them help through the technology-driven market. We at Amrut believe that even at an average student can achieve academic altitude if he attends all the lectures practicals sincerely, regularly, along with the meditation sessions. Moreover, if a student immerses himself or herself in the learning process as a team member, if maintain patience, if do proper meditation, and if he has a positive attitude, then definitely he will or she will reach the academic altitude. I would like to share a short video of our college. Just a minute.
kaxayso waxaaga waa kaas waa miskiin waryaa maxamedow soo celi waxaad fiirlaadis deg
Can I request all the participants to kindly mute their
With this, I would like to offer best of luck to all the participants of this conference, and once again welcome them to this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram Kolle, for your welcome speech. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. S. Gopinath, Professor and HOD, Electronic and Communication Engineering, Karpagam Institute of Technology, to give his speech.
Yeah, thank you. A very good morning to one and all. May I audible, sir?
Dr. S. Gopinath is a professor and head of the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Karpagam Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. He received his PhD in Information and Communication Engineering in the year 2016 from Anna University, Chennai. He has 10 years of experience in teaching and 2 years of industrial experience in his service. He is a recognized supervisor of Anna University, Chennai. He is presently serving as editor, reviewer for reputed journals, and handles sessions in seminars, guest lectures, and webinars. He has received many awards for reputed organizations in his research and field of expertise. His research interests are wireless ad hoc networks, wireless sensor networks, Internet of Things, and network security. He has published research articles in 40 reputed journals and attended 20 national international conferences. He received project sponsorship from Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology and received much sponsorship for organizing symposium and conference from SEEE, TNSCST, and FDP from Anna University, Chennai. He is an active member of ISTE, ISRD, IAS, CIT, IAENG, etc. So I invite you, Dr. S. Gopinath.
Please take the stage.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, am I audible? Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the nice introduction, Aryan. So myself, Dr. S. Gopinath, Professor and Head of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Karpagam Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, India. So on behalf of Karpagam Institute of Technology, I welcome all the participants of this 43rd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology. We feel happy to join hands with the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. Actually, this is the second time we are joining hands for conducting this conference. So the Karpagam Charity Trust was founded in the year 1989 by Dr. R. Vasantakumar, Chairman and Managing Trustee, Karpagam Group of Education Institution, with the vision to serve and lead the society by imparting quality-based education as the mission. Karpagam Institute of Technology was established in the year 2008 and it is affiliated to Anna University, Chennai and approved by AICT New Delhi. 3 of the programs, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Information Technology, and Electronics and Communication Engineering, are accredited by National Board of Accreditation, New Delhi, in the year 2022. Karpagam Institute of Technology is incepted with the vision of providing cutting-edge educational technical education and to create proficient engineers. The institution marches towards creating engineers capable of attaining supremacy in every new technology and innovation with matchless commitment and enthusiasm. So we feel happy to join hands with the IFERP for conducting this conference. This conference will highlight the solution for the rising problems in the field of science, engineering, and technology. The aim of this conference to bring students, academicians, industrialists, researchers to present the state of their original research. This conference, the conference participant can utilize this outlook to share their original ideas, ability, and application to launch research bonding and to update their new knowledge in the specialized platform. Once again, I welcome all the participants of this conference. I hope this conference will be very fruitful to all of you. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. S. Gopinath, for your great speech.
Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar, founder and MD of IFERP Technorate Group, to deliver his speech. Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, founder, and managing director of Technorate Group. He has 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, and MBA from St. Peter's University, Chennai. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP became one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from ABB. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Sid attribute his fame to teamwork and entrepreneurial spirit, which together have enabled transform to risk to opportunities to handle for every changing environment in education and technology. So please take the seat.
Thank you for your warm welcome. Very good morning to distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, committee members, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP, it is a great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates, speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, and students who joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience for the impressive and prestigious 43rd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, organized by Padre Conceição College of Engineering, Goa, in associated with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, and Atma Malik Institute of Technology and Research, Maharashtra, Lingaya Lalit Devi Institute of Management and Science, New Delhi, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Haryana, and Karpagam Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. 43rd WCST will explore the new horizon of innovations with the theme of technological development and modern trends in applied science and advanced engineering. From distinguished researchers, scientists, and eminent authors in academia and industry working for the advancement in applied science, engineering, and technology from all over the world. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you perspective about this conference. At this conference, we will be discussing some of the most exciting trends that are shaping our industry. We will be hearing from industry experts as well as from our own industry leaders about the latest development in applied science, engineering, and technology. We all know that technology is constantly evolving and changing, so it's important for us to stay up to date with what's happening in order for our business to remain competitive. During this conference, we have varieties of speakers who will discuss topics such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, cloud computing, blockchains, technology, and many other topics. Technology has seen tremendous development over the past few decades, and it's continued to evolve at a rapid rate. From smartphone to smart homes, technology is making our lives easier and more efficient than ever before. As professionals in any field, we must recognize the importance of keeping up this technology advance in order to stay competitive. The first step of staying on top of technological development is understanding their implication for your industry or your professional. For example, if you are working in healthcare, then you should be aware of how AI-powered tools can improve patient care, or how blockchain can help streamline process like record keeping and billing procedure. Once you understand what new technology may be useful for your sector, it's important that you also research them further so that you have clear idea about the capability as well as potential drawback associated with them. This will give you an edge when deciding which would suit your needs while avoiding any pitfalls along the way too. Finally, once armed with this knowledge, it's essential that professionals keep themselves updated of the new technology by attending seminars or conferences related to their field, where they can learn from experts who are already using these innovations successfully within their business models. This will ensure this remain ahead of both of the future. By taking all these measures together, one can easily make sure they with the technology advancement without having too much difficulties. Some things kids want success professionally no matter that line works they do. In the modern world, applied science and advanced engineering have become increasingly important in driving innovations. From medical breakthrough to advance in transport and technology, these two fields are essential for pushing humanity forward. As such, it is vital professionals stay abreast of latest trends and development within both disciplines so as remain competitive to their respective industry. Finally, has been increased focus on sustainable when it is come applied science, advanced and engineering projects over recent years, but particularly those related to energy production or resource extraction activities like mining operation. Companies must know factor environmental impact into the decision-making process in this wish the long-term success. This means investing resource into the research focus on developing green technology that reduce emissions while still providing the reliable performance at a reasonable cost point for consumer and businesses alike. The aim of this conference is to provide a multidisciplinary platform for leading researchers, young engineers, academicians, industrialists, and practitioners working and rest of the world to disseminate their innovations and research in the field of applied science engineering technology. The conference will feature traditional paper presentation and keynote speeches by eminent speakers who will focus on state-of-the-art development in the field of engineering research and innovation. There are always big gap between students, academicians, research communities, and industries who can make effective use of engineering research and technology and those who cannot. IFERP is on its way to bridge the gap between student, academician, institution, and industry. The mission of IFERP is to serve as an accelerator of knowledge sharing, community developing, and global technology innovations. IFERP objective is perpetual global technology innovation through funding, fostering, and furthering of a culture of steadfast research and professional for academic collaboration. IFE have initiated several initiatives. IFERP Academy, Youth Empowerment Program, Career and Skill Development Program, Industry Institute Interaction, Faculty Development Program, Research Assistance and Guidance for the welfare of youth, academicians, and society. IFERP Youth Empowerment Program are behavioral, structural, and cultural process that provide young people the capacity, authority, and power to take charge of their own lives and the lives of others, both youth and adults, and they make decisions and bring about changes. We define empowerment generally as giving the poor more freedom of choice and control over their own lives. This is our opinion involved having the authorities over resource and choice. The foundation of IFERP Youth Empowerment Program is the belief that young people are best resource for fostering growth, and they are change agents who can confront their own difficulties and find solution to their own issues. IFERP holds that youth, regardlessly of their cultural and socio-economic background, are capable of giving others needs and wants the respect and deserve and addressing them. As an organization, we collaborate with wide range of top experts, academic researchers, comprehensive science and technology universities, research agency, and companies. We constantly work to promote quality of education, training, research, and innovation by influencing public opinion on these key challenges, by assistance in the creation of open knowledge society and significance advanced science, business, the economy, and science through the numerous initiative. To put this conference magnitude is not a small task. To that end, I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinator, organizing committee members, advisory committee members, and session chairs. I welcome all once again on behalf of IFERP group for this 43rd WCST. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to be a wonderful scientific event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sid Kumar Chaja, for giving your valuable speech.
Next, I would like to welcome our honorable keynote speaker of our conference, Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, founder of World Leaders Summit in Kolkata, to give his keynote speech. With a Master in Computer Science degree and Bachelor degrees in Economics, Mathematics, Statistics, and Political Science from the University of Calcutta, Arijit Bhattacharya is a technologist and serial entrepreneur with a passion for creating feedback loops between innovation teams and revenue streams, applying new and old business models to changing industries, pushing people to do the very best they can do, realizing his dream to bring art and technology together. Arijit founded India's first game development studio, virtualinfo.com, in 1998. As one of the India's first leading game development companies, WIC is known as for many innovations in IT solution, game development, and animation. VIC has produced more than 470 games and VR, AR, XR app, and blockchain solutions, and as an institute produced more than 5,000 plus skilled programmers and designers that work with one of the most renowned technology around the world. So I welcome you, Sir Arijit Bhattacharya.
Thank you so much for the beautiful and lovely introduction. The company name is virtualinfo.com. It's not virtualinfo.com. Thank you for inviting me as a keynote speaker, and I was listening to other speakers as well as the amazing college. Specifically, the video that I have seen is probably one of the best college I have seen in India. Well, kudos to all the participants and all the students, faculty members. I know that we have friends coming from all across the world. Specifically, I can see someone from very near to Calcutta in Bangladesh. I can see that the gentleman is also there, as well as a couple of other ladies and gentlemen from various different parts of the world. Well, let me not give a theoretical approach when I'm talking in a technical session. Let me talk a little bit about what are the kind of future and what are the kind of latest generation technology that is happening in and across the world, and the kind of startup who has been doing mind-blowing work in various different parts of the world. Apart from the introduction that you have got, I run an accelerator and a fund which is called Co-Innovate Ventures, based out of Australia, Sydney. And we run an entrepreneurial education program and an incubator called Entrepreneur Phase, which we started in 2017. While investing in startups, while helping startups, entrepreneurs, many different idea stage startups to scale up from their idea stage to the exact business model, we have learned so many things. So I'll try to wrap up everything within 30 minutes as fast as I can. And if there is any kind of question, feel free to ask me a question. Just raise your hand. I'll be more than happy to take that. Well, let me take you to one of my very core to my heart subject, which is game development. So when I started game development, it was 1998 and I was 17 years old. And I was talking about creating India's very own game title, which can create superhero characters. And if you remember, in 98, there were only PC days. Forget about your smartphone, forget about your laptop, forget about any kind of touch screen that you can think of in today's world. In fact, internet used to be a luxury at that time. While coming from that background, in today's world, till date in 2022, probably we are missing many small factors. Game development is not about creating kids or child's play. Game development is about making industry solutions utilizing game development technology. And what are those kind of technology? Let me tell you a story which probably the future will look like very soon. I'm sure that a lot of you have heard about augmented reality. And I'm sure that a lot of you have probably heard this very simple parallel name called virtual reality, extended reality. In fact, a few years back, it used to be mixed reality in some point of time. Think that you have an AR glass, just like the glass that I'm wearing. This is not a normal glass probably, and this is the AR glass. And it knows, it detects, it understands you more than you. It understands your health condition. It understands when you usually have your own food. It understands your sleep cycle. It understands your daily routine. Now, when you are using those kind of AR glass, think that you're probably driving a car going from point A to point Z. And it is about 5 o'clock. The glass knows you usually have your cup of tea that time. So it will ask for your choice, whether you want to go for a red tea or probably with a blue tea or maybe some orange punch, or you need some kind of milk in your tea. And you say the affirmative answer that you are looking for a lemon tea. The AR glass will find out a nearby cafe which can produce that kind of tea. It will go for an order. When you are there, your order is ready. You just have your cup of tea. You can maybe consume that on the spot, or maybe you can have it as a takeaway, and you drive. That's it. What happened in between? These things are called a very complicated technology. We call it inside deep tech technology. In between, the money transaction already happened. When you integrate your banking system utilizing the blockchain technology with the proper encryption, those encryption level gives you a flexibility to pay for that particular tea. So before you go there, your payment is already done. You don't need to swipe your card, neither you need to scan any code. It is already done. And if you don't like your tea, you need your money back or refund, it will go for a case file that the client didn't like it. So the cafe can have two choices. Either it can give your money back or it can produce another round of tea for you. So these are the kind of very simple technology we are talking about. Let me give you another example of one of the European company who wanted to raise fund. And this one probably would connect you in a very different way. Well, there used to be a company based out of Europe who had a gas station and they wanted to raise fund. And when they wanted to raise fund, as you know, if you are looking for money from private equity or probably a venture capital fund or maybe a royal family fund, your business needs to be completely unique. Now, a normal gas station don't have a very unique business model. What happened? They converted their entire business cycle into a blockchain-based ecosystem for oil and gas. So what happens? Any person, whoever is driving inside that particular gas station, the AI-based camera will detect and understand a customer. It will understand your choice of paying money, your usual choice of driving scenario, and number of time you usually visit. And if you are looking for any kind of food nearby cafe, it also understands that. So that particular ecosystem generated huge attraction from the investor perspective, because this is a disruptive thought process which can change the way you are experiencing your gas refill. So when we are talking about technology, the reason I gave you two different kind of examples, we can't think of technology without a real industry implementation or a real life execution. For the students, whoever is thinking that probably you have an amazing idea, you will probably create a solution which can change the entire scenario and cycle. Try to understand if there is a need in the market or not. If there is no need, that is fine. Can you create that need or not? Can technology act as an enabler? If it can act as a catalyst, that's the best way you can utilize and use technology for the betterment of the world. Now, when I took an example of AR and blockchain, why I'm not taking example of VR? So let me take you to a VR story. Think that as probably a medical professional, you need to understand a patient who is maybe sitting in Taiwan and the doctor is in US. Well, we can always go for a video calling to understand how the patient is and give the records. But how VR plays a role, it connected with practically a virtual reality solution along with a robotic solution. We call it as robot eye. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about a solution which have a motion detector and a detection control mechanism which can understand the skin, eye, and present situation of a patient utilizing a robotic eye, which can give a detection method to a medical professional utilizing the virtual reality technology as a technology. So when you use any technology, you need to understand how things can be done. I'm really sorry that I can't show any kind of video because this is 2D, and in 2.5D in your Zoom screen, this video will not work, but try to visualize the situation. Say that you have a VR glass in your eyes and you can watch and see the patient. The system, the AI-enabled system, understand the skin color. Depending on the skin color and depending on the eye and the situation of the ball of the eye, it can understand whether you have a fever or you have any other different disease. It can give you possible solutions. It can give you possible suggestion. Depending on the suggestion, the human can have a better opportunity to understand their patient. In today's world, there are a lot of research and development labs who are trying to utilize those kind of technology. We just conducted World Leader Summit in December. There was a speaker who was talking about the protein values, how they are utilizing that in future of medicine. So when we talk about technology, you need to understand in this today's world where any normal technology is old within 3 months, it's going to be very difficult. I'm really sorry. Is there a noise that's happening? Somebody's microphone is on, and if I can request the gentleman or the lady to kindly turn it off. It's a little bit of disturbing. Anyway, so what happened when these kind of technologies are coming in forefront, people who are using those kind of technology in research and development labs in today's world, nowadays we are talking about another level which can give human life a betterment. One of the previous speaker was talking about spirituality and lifestyle. Let me tell you something. I'm coming from Tarkalanka's family. Of course, I can speak, read, and write Sanskrit fluently. So when you look back to our culture, the real Bharatiya culture, you will find out that we talked a lot about how human neurons can connect, detect, understand with nature. And probably, if you dig a little bit of deeper, you will find out amazing technology which can change human life. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about something which in today's world we call as quantum technology. When you talk about this quantum technology, it understands your artificial intelligence, which is man-made, and you try to train that with machine learning. We need to understand another layer, another level of intelligence system, which is human neuron. What if I tell you very soon the human neuron, the brain, and the spinal cord can connect directly with those kind of machines which can understand us and our impressions and create avatar of a person in a different various ways. Sounds futuristic? Sounds something I'm talking about, something from Star Trek movie? Probably no. If you look at today's technology, how about 10 years back, we are talking about drones, which is going under the sea. People who thought that probably we are talking something futuristic. In today's world, this is what's happening. We have one of our clients who usually dig the oil under the sea. And when they do that, they use underwater drones. The next generation of underwater drone is intelligent enough to understand human psychology and the mindset of a person. So it's not about that you are using that drone, utilizing a machine only. You're using it, utilizing a touch screen, and very soon, the extended reality, if you connect that with those kind of robotic mechanisms, it can detect and understand your motion utilizing the motion sensor technologies, which is really fascinating and amazing. So what a student can expect, what they can do. We are all talking about, probably I'm talking about a lot many things, which is really futuristic. So how they can update and upskill themselves, how they can understand that what is coming up and how they can connect. The only answer I would love to give to all the students, understand your passion. Virtual Infocom as a company, in last 24 years, we have diversified into various different technology. We work on blockchain, we work on AI, we work on machine learning, on virtual reality, augmented reality. When I used to code on Vermal, it used to be the early days of virtual reality markup language. It was a crazy thing that probably people are thinking about, right? But when you look at today's world, the encryption level of today's world cryptology and the segment level, which we are talking about, is doing mind-blowing work. So when you have your course, I'm sure that in your BTech course, you have VR, you have 3D technology, you have AR. I was watching all those kind of courses that you have. What if I tell you that let's make India a product development country instead of becoming a SaaS model only? In India, if you look at our structure, we have super cool, amazing software developers. And what if we can connect that with the recent developed hardware systems? Those hardwares are probably being manufactured within India at the moment. When you connect that, it gives you an amazing solution. For an example, if you take a very simple example of probably people who are senior citizens, they have a lot of issues. Some of the senior citizens, they probably feel alone in their home. They don't have someone to talk, someone to enjoy. You know what's going on in a few parts of Europe and few parts of USA? Those senior citizens are using robots to wipe out all those kind of alone stuff. They are talking to that robot. They are adopting a robot pet, sometimes a dog, sometimes a cat. And when you look at that, maybe you will find out that, okay, Arijit sir is saying something which is maybe connected with toys. But trust me on this. This robotic toy market is one of the biggest market in the entire world. South Korea changed their entire economy just due to this. If you look at small Asian countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, they are updating themselves just because they can connect the hardware with the software. It's pretty easy. So someone from your college maybe have a crazy idea that they will be creating a robotic pet. It doesn't cost you much. It doesn't cost you to create a lot of programming skill. Just to create a simple pet which will act as a cat or maybe a dog or maybe a tiger. Or if you don't want to do that in augmented reality. It's going to be amazing. And when we are talking about blockchain, let me take you towards something which is maybe a myth for a lot of us. I'm talking about cryptocurrency. Many of people thought that cryptocurrency is basically blockchain. No, cryptocurrency is one of the example of blockchain. Now, what is exactly cryptocurrency? What kind of cryptocurrency you should take it forward? Why things are not very legal in many different countries? One of the biggest reasons is these became uncontrolled because many private players, they are creating their own token and saying that I have got X amount of value of my cryptocurrency. How will you value a coin which is completely new in the market, doesn't have a real life connectivity? Okay, I'll give you a suggestion. If you look at a crypto, utilizing that coin, if you can buy any real-time product, maybe a chocolate, then that coin do have a value. Now, what you can do, if you have an idea to create a new token, talk to someone, maybe from the real estate industry, maybe from the food industry, and try to hedge your coin with their product. Once you're done with that, these things are stable. So you can make a structure with those kind of coins. And I'm talking about which is completely futuristic and it's coming very soon. Because if you look at metaverse as a concept, we have a lot of different kind of myths regarding metaverse as well. Metaverse, people feel that it's basically a 3D platform utilizing augmented reality and virtual reality. Well, as a concept, to be very honest, until unless the entire metaverse is connected with a blockchain technology wherein you can do the transaction utilizing any kind of coin, it doesn't make any sense. Then it becomes another 3D platform, not a metaverse. Go through the entire life cycle, how they are developing it. If you talk to Facebook, you will understand that this is going to connect real life with the virtual world. It is not going to be a complete only 3D virtual reality or augmented reality platform where you can just log in and interact and talk to other people. It is going to be much more beyond this. So when we are talking about all those kind of futuristic aspects, probably we are escaping one very basic part, food. This is my last input to all of you. If you look at the food cycle at the moment in today's world, look at the way we are consuming foods, full of pesticide. And today's world, the buzzword started that we should have organic food. Once upon a time, organic food used to be very, very common. And now you're paying much more amount of money just to buy without pesticide food. If you look at a country like Israel, you will find out the way they have changed the entire cycle of technology, utilizing drones, utilizing blockchain, utilizing quantum computing, utilizing all the present latest generation implementation to grow only crops. And those things are coming up as a healthy food structure. So I'm not sure from which branch you guys are from. I'm sure that maybe you are from CAs or maybe the IT or maybe the electronics department, but try to grab someone from food technology or maybe the agriculture department. Those guys can tell you how you can change the land and you can use the technology to detect and understand the soil testing. If you have such kind of solution in your lab, there is a big demand in the market. I'm not sure how many of you know, only India, if you look at the tier 3 cities and you go beyond those tier 3 cities towards villages, the agricultural farms don't have those kind of scientific execution. They are looking for some kind of solution which is very, very optimized cost-wise, and they can grow real food. None of these farmers want that their land will have a wasteland after 20 years. With this note, I guess I will expect our future generation to come up with amazing technology. We are already going to touch 2023. I wish all the best to all of you and Happy New Year. As Virtual Infocom, as Entrepreneur Face, as Co-Innovate Ventures and World Leader Summit, if we can do anything for any one of you, we'll be more than happy to do that, whether it's a hackathon, whether it's a programming challenge, whether it's a recruitment drive, we'll be more than happy to connect with your college and take things forward. Thank you so much for having me here and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your great speech, Sir Arjit. And I'm sorry for pronouncing it as virtualinfo.com. It's actually virtualinfo.com. Thank you so much. It's the great stuff you did in 1998. So yeah, really cool stuff. Next up we have.
Next, I would like to welcome our honorable keynote speaker of our conference, Professor Mohammad Zahir Uddin Arif, former chairman and former EMBA programmer director for Department of Marketing and Facility of Business Studies, Jagannath University in Dhaka, Bangladesh, to deliver his keynote speech. Mr. Arif teaches graduate and postgraduate level students and conduct academic and professional research as associate professor and performs his administrative duties as chairman in Department of Marketing of Jagannath University in Dhaka, a reputed full-fledged government financed public university of Bangladesh. Prior to this position, Mr. Arif served as assistant professor, performed as program director in MBA program, Department of Marketing, and also assistant proctor of same university. He is also working as head of self-assessment committee SAC of the Department of Marketing, JNU, under Institutional Quality Assurance Cell, funded by the World Bank. He is the founder, president, and brand consultant of Bangladesh Reliance Foundation (BR), a non-profitable social development and research organization for global people. He is one of the initiators of peace movement in Bangladesh, celebrating Bangladesh Peace Festival on occasion of UN International Day of Peace on September 21 every year, jointly organized by BRF, Bangladesh Peace Council, and Jagannath University. He is working as Deputy Sub-Project Manager of TSIDP Sub-Project Management Team SPMT, Higher Education Quality Enhancement Project of University Grant Commission of Bangladesh funded by the World Government. Sir, please take the stage.
So, thank you to introduce me with this auspicious World Conference jointly organized by Padre Conceição College of Engineering in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. This is a wonderful invitation to me to give my idea and thought to this international conference. And this is a great platform opportunity to share our knowledge, news and views, research and publications. And it's through this platform. As a person, as a human being, all we are trying at our level best to provide our knowledge and idea sharing and dissemination information to each other in our daily lives. And as a human being, we are interacting with the people for not only the learning, but also the disseminating knowledge to each other, to improve to each other in the natural and social environment. So in this context, this is a interaction between the scientists, business people, engineers, and other technology-oriented scholars and practitioners in this ground. I will focus on today as a keynote speech to this conference on digital marketing in the business entrepreneurship development. So I would like to share my PPT screen share. Okay. I think the screen is visible to all of you. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a few seconds. Right. This is a 43rd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology. And my today's speech on digital marketing in the business entrepreneurship development. Okay. What do you mean by digital marketing? Most of you may know, but somehow I'd like to give my thought to you that basically the digital marketing is the utilization of various electronic gadgets or media to promote a brand or product of a company or startup business, items, or any organization. It also uses various online channels or platforms that include email, applications, and sites. Digital marketing also includes using new channels like the web, social media, and mobile to reach consumers and the different stakeholders of our business and social houses. A shift from the traditional mediums like television, radio, and print. And we can consider the different farms websites like Alibaba.com, Amazon.com, and different kinds of startup companies and websites of different retail houses, India, Bangladesh, and other developing and developed countries. And after this issue, I want to introduce the idea of business development. And you may know that in the simplest term, business development can be summarized as the ideas, initiatives, and activities that help make a business more better, far better. This also includes increasing revenues, profit, growth in terms of business expansion, increasing profitability by building strategic partnerships and making strategic business decisions. Digital marketing in the business development, how digital marketing can be helpful in our business development and the entrepreneurs, especially the startup companies. Digital marketing is also called online marketing, is the promotion of brands to connect with potential customers using the internet and forms of digital communication. This includes not only email, social media, and web-based advertising, but also text and multimedia messages as a marketing channel. However, digital marketing can also be known as online marketing, internet marketing, or web-based marketing. That also refers to any form of marketing or advertising delivered through traditional and new digital channels, such as websites, social media, mobile applications, email, or search engines, among others. There are different types of digital marketing. You may know that digital marketing can be broadly divided or analyzed into 7 categories, including search engine optimization, pay-per-click, social media marketing, content marketing, email marketing, mobile marketing, marketing analytics. We know those who are in the area of business and marketing field, there are 4 P's in marketing, especially as elements of marketing. These 4 P's is given by the idea of Professor McCarthy: the product, price, place, and promotion. But in the aspect of digital marketing, rather than the physical marketing, the new 4 P's of digital context, the process, people, platform, and performance, where it these offer new ways to meet consumers' needs and customize messaging for audiences that expect personalization. If we consider the feature of digital marketing in business, you'll see that some of the features of online marketing that can be explained here especially digital marketing is easy to set up rather than the physical business houses, the land, physical capital, huge human resources, and other things. So there are no geographical boundaries in this digital marketing practices. However, much cheaper than traditional business. There are flexible business hours, and the user can visit and utilize this tool or this digital marketing practice from anywhere, in any time in their suitable business hour. Marketing strategies are also less costly. Online business receives subsidies from the government mainly, especially in the developing and underdeveloping countries, especially for the startup businesses. And there are few security and integrity issues, the question of cyber security in the context of the digital marketing also, that have already mentioned by the, the issue of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology are also helpful in case of the use of technology in the business and non-business sectors. And few countries like Estonia have already used the blockchain technology in their day-to-day business operations in full form. And most of the companies, including the startup business in developed countries, they have already made their business houses a paperless organization. So digital marketing, it can be considered as a new dimension in the business entrepreneurship development. And business marketing is transforming the time-tested interactions like direct marketing. Direct marketing, like the using of devices, electronic gadgets, the platform like email, WhatsApp, and different things, so that one-to-one people can be directly communicate with each other. Demand and supply can be considered as a mitigating point, and service and support and customer engagement. The flyers in the mails have been replaced by banners on the Facebook page, and door-to-door surveys have made way for polls and discussions on the web. There are various brands who are using these digital marketing frontiers for different types of engagements and messaging. Digital marketing spans the content and service types. Just you can think videos on YouTube, posts on Twitter, and more, and might integrate into a microsite or on a Facebook page. The rise of digital marketing has also added a new dimension to an organization's communication. Several organizations, companies are employing individuals or hiring agencies to cover social media marketing and online engagement apart from their regular public relations and marketing arrangements. With most global organizations, including the social media and digital marketing spectrum, this space looks interesting. On the other hand, the rise of services and channels would make us believe that the opportunities are endless for new form of business entrepreneurship and the huge opportunity for employment. How can digital marketing be used for business development? That is another question can be arised in our human mind, entrepreneur's mind. So you may look that digital marketing is an absolutely brilliant way in the context in the 21st century the blessings of the science and technology to broadcast your or our unique selling proposition, the differentiation of different products or service of different companies, from SME to big companies, large companies. And this unique selling proposition to your or our entire audiences and customers or consumers. And there is the using of blogging, business blogging, web content, and social media is one of the most cost-effective ways that a brand can educate, can provide the knowledge to the customers, potential customers, stakeholders, users, and those who are the beneficiaries, and can also enlighten the audiences about what is that they are doing for their customers. That means the business houses, what they are doing. How can business or entrepreneurship be improved? The tactics or strategies we present here are some of the best ones for boosting our digital presence quickly. Website optimization. A surprisingly high number of small businesses don't have a website, unfortunately, in underdeveloping and very few developing countries. But there is opportunity to utilize some of the business blog, social media platform, email marketing and guest posts, engage audiences with visuals. And another question can be arised in our mind: is digital marketing future for the startup and the business entrepreneurs in reality? Yes, the scope is wider when it comes to digital marketing. Digital marketing will remain as the most powerful way of marketing in the future. But as the dynamics of digital marketing is changing every day, a digital marketer has to be agile, alert, smart, and adapt to latest changes of technologies. For example, the 10 digital marketing influencers in the world. Few are known to all. Jeff Bezos, the pioneer of the jeffbezos.com, and Handley Marketing Profs, Rand Fishkin Moss, Radhi Kim for Mobile Monkey, Dan Sirokar for Optimizely, Tommy Walker Shopify, Gary Vaynerchuk, VaynerMedia, and Shema Haidar for Marketing Gen. Can digital marketing make you rich as a potential business entrepreneur? Yes, that is optimizing sounds rather than the physical marketing practices in your business house for your business house. Digital marketing can make you rich or richer if you are in tune with the changing face of the digital marketplace. Just you can think within the 15 years, where is the position of the Mark Zuckerberg Facebook company, Twitter? And Elon Musk's contribution in Twitter and other digital platform has given the greatest opportunity to be a more fabulous to the world people. And traditional marketing such as blogging, content writing, SEO, social media marketing, and mobile and email marketing are still solid methods of earning money online. Sorry, this is not this is traditional. This is the digital marketing such as blogging. Okay. And the question can be raised in our mind that digital marketing has its business growth opportunity for the business entrepreneur. According to Google searching, you can find companies that have incorporated digital marketing plans have 2.8 times higher revenue growth expectancy. Companies using digital marketing have 3.3 times the probability of increasing their workforce and business. Is digital marketing a good business to start? Digital marketing agencies usually charge their clients a retainer basis. Just how can they retain their customers for the long run perspective, maintaining the long-term customer relationship as for their partners, and which means the business will have a consistent monthly income. Since every business has some fixed expenses, having a stable income month on month makes us an agency a great business model, you can think. Digital marketing high in demand in today's global business world, and you can consider the LinkedIn. I have already learned that rather than the Facebook pages marketing, IFERP is focusing and using the LinkedIn platform or LinkedIn group for their optimized marketing to the global people. So this is the observation from the I have learned from the Karthik Raja of the technocrat. And LinkedIn's list of top 10 in-demand jobs includes digital marketers with SEO, search engine optimization, social media and content marketing skills. So the specialized skills are necessary for this purpose as a marketer. Digital marketing specialists among the top 10 most in-demand jobs, with SEO being one of the most desired skill in today's employment market. 10 steps to start a successful digital marketing career. As a successful digital marketing professional, you can consider the 10 steps in this regard. At first, you can get to know the basic of digital marketing through a minimum training, or the different training materials are also freely given on different websites and also the YouTube. Start your own website, develop your own website, become an SEO expert under a good mentorship, get a Google advertisement certification, be a master Facebook ads advertising, become an expert in Google Analytics, get a digital marketing job as a freelancer. That is very much popular for young people in most of the countries nowadays, and get a real internship. Through this internship, you can get the training on-hand training through the digital marketing firm, and stay informed of new updates and keep learning. Learn how to use digital marketing tools effectively and efficiently to optimize your customers and profit, not for the short run, but also for the long run. There is another question can be arised in our mind. how can a digital marketer work from home or work from anywhere? Yes, more businesses have the option to work remotely, and many companies do not even have an office dedicated to staff. And if you choose the freelancing route, you can work from anywhere in the world. Digital marketing professionals can expect to earn an above average salary or payment for their services. Thank you all, and best wishes for your peaceful sound health and business entrepreneurship development with the application of digital marketing efficiently and effectively. I think through this World Conference, the participants will be encouraged to develop the startup businesses utilizing the digital marketing proficiently with their expected level, in their expected level. Another one tips can be shared here, that ethics, business ethics, and the use of technology can be merged, adapt with each other. The question of ethics and humanity are important in today's world to utilize the disruptive technologies in any business houses and field. So I will urge through this conference that we should not compromise the ethics and humanity utilizing any technology, any blockchain technology, or any kind of knowledge that is harmful for our humans, species, and the overall natural and social environment. Thank you all to give me the opportunity and to listen my few words in front of you without any visa and passport. Only the digital platform has helped me and all of you to connect and to collaborate in the field of education and research. This is a new opportunity for the sustainable development and empower the humans all over the world. This should be our future motto or purpose as a knowledge-based, technology-based human being for other humans and nature. Thank you all. Thank you all. Good luck.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed Zahiruddin Arif, for giving a valuable speech. Now, participants, there will be a break of 15 minutes. After that, please join the meeting through same link by checking your room. Thank you.
I'm giving the PPT in the chat box. Please check. For all of you.
Yes, we got the link, sir. Thank you so much, sir. It was a really useful presentation, and this PDF will also help us a lot. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
And Aryan, sir, I wanted to ask you, like, I have a presentation, a technical session 1B. So how will we locate the separate room that you have spoken about in the chat section? Can you please enlighten us on that? Aryan, sir, I'll be looking forward to your help in joining the parallel room for technical session 1.
Yes, I have shared my keynote speech PowerPoint presentation in the chat box. Please keep it and use it for your purpose.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the same.
Thank you. Thank you. PowerPoint presentation in the chat box. Keep it and use it for your purpose.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the same.
Thank you. Thank you. PowerPoint presentation, the chat box. Keep it and use it for your purpose.
They don't. Hello, am I audible? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Sir, is the same link I have to use it for the presentation? My presentation is second, sir. That
Yes,
is
yes.
research
Host
man.
call your name or pepper title.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Just I was checking my mic, sir. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Sir, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so this is the technical paper presentation round, and the chairhead is Dr. Studi Mehla. Dr. Studi Mehla is working as associate professor in Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, located in Haryana. She has been awarded PhD degree from Bologna University and has more than 9 years of experience in teaching. Her area of interest includes data science and machine learning. She has published 5 research papers in Scopus, 1 research paper in SCI journal, and 4 research papers in UGC Care journal. She has published 2 book chapters. So I welcome you, Dr. Studi Mehla. Now, the first person to go is Soumya Sheikh. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Sumaya. Myself, I'm here.
Oh, the technical session 1B has already started.
Yeah, can you hear me? Rahul Kaushik?
Yes, Soumya ma'am, yes. You can continue.
Yeah, thank you so much. So shall I start my presentation with the jury's permission?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible. Yes. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
So, sorry, I didn't get any response. Still, I'm waiting for the response.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, good morning, one and all. Myself, Sumaya Sheikh. I'm doing my PhD at Keele University, Vadeswaram, and I'm working as an assistant professor in Lord's Institute of Engineering and Technology from Hyderabad. Till now, I'm having the research publications with 2 SCI papers and 1 SCI paper. And recently, I have published my paper in IFERP Big Data Analytics that is being at Osaka, Japan. And I have been recently awarded in the month of August Young Researcher Award by INSC Research Scholars. So this is my introduction, and let us not waste the time and get into the presentation. Yeah, this is my presentation topic. I'm concentrating on to present a efficient model for detecting the intrusions anonymous in the cyber breaches. And I'm doing this under the guidance of Dr. K. Satish Kumar sir and Dr. Chaudhary Shamprakash sir. So these are the guides for my PhD at KLU. Now, so soon after listening the word cyber breach, what comes into my mind is a recent cyber breach which has been taken place for the company Verizon, that is the Yahoo's parents company, in 2017. That a lot of the data has been breached in their networks area. And with that, there's a lot of the loss in their business. I would like to highlight more on the data breach, what is data breach, how it is happening in the networking side, and how it is affected for our data. Because everyone knows that we all revolve around the world which is surrounded by data in terms of any format, whether it is the images, videos, text, structured, unstructured, what kind of, no matter that what kind of data we are surrounded with, but we are surrounded with the data. Every day we deal with data, but the hardest and toughest, darkest part of this is the data itself is being imprisoning us in terms of breaches. So the data breach means unauthorized access of our information without our knowledge. And it is being violated every time we send the data through a network. See, this happens when we are talking more, when we are talking widely about a large terms of the data. If we are working for an organization, we are to send a confidential data. So what media we will usually choose? We choose the networks. And here the intruders always concentrate on the networks to steal the data. So for this, my approach is that instead of usually what happens in the networking side, 24/7, a security audit should be there, seeing all the data, the pattern going through the data, each and everything. If there is any intrusion, so the other team will come and work over that intrusion. So instead of auditing every time 24/7, intrusion prevention model is a need to develop that. In the absence of that person also, in his absence, we can prevent the intrusions. So with this novel approach, I concentrated more on the intrusions. Basically, we know what an intrusion is. It is a data breach which needs to be monitored continuously. And there are different types of the intrusions as well. So basically, when we talk about the intrusions, two things comes into the mind, that the types, signature-based and the anomaly-based. Signature-based is just for the education knowledge. So what is a intrusion, how it is detected and all. But anomaly-based detection is something which have various varieties, various classifications. If we see into this figure, if I say this figure, I just want to highlight it here. See how the data is being monitored and it is being structured and it is being collected. So here, continuous monitoring, with this continuous monitoring and collecting of the data, what here happening is, this in terms goes to the person here auditing here. So to break the system, whenever the data is collected, it has to be processed with using some classification algorithms, using some feature selections, feature extraction, feature classification things. The data is pre-processed. After pre-processing, then what we did is we sent it to the intrusion recognition, so that whether the data is being violated to any network, if it is violated, is there any prevention, is there any security or not. After that auditing, and we will send it to the next team. When we send it, we will send it to the destination team. So here in our model, what we did is that with intrusion recognition, intrusion prevention system is also being introduced. At the networking side, if the intrusion prevention system is there itself, it will prevent and it will detect, and if required, it will solve the problem there itself. Here, what usually the procedure is, after in recognition, it will send to the security audit, and there with that alarm and that report, and then the security key team will come. So here the classifications are there. For this, all the process, the data set which I consider is CICIDS 2017 data set, that is the Verizon's data set, where the intrusion, where the data breach has been happened. So with this data set, it consists of lots of the tuples. Here we can see around 25,000 tuples has been considered, and upon that, using a priori algorithm, we have classified our data. Till this here, a priori algorithm is best suited for this particular data set, because we have been calculated the minimum support threshold for each and every frequent item set. What are the frequent item sets we got? So for example, what kind of protocol it is, and what kind of the data type it is, and what protocol it is using, TCP, UDP, what kind, and then the next comes into the server. So where it is being sent. All these individual has been considered and has been classified the minimum threshold value, and upon that minimum threshold value, we have been further classified using the machine learning algorithms. Here we can see that anomaly intrusion detections have been classified into three things: statistical knowledge and machine learning. We concentrate more on the machine learning techniques, for algorithms like name-based decision tree, KNN, and logistic algorithms have been implemented for this particular project. Among all this, I can show you the result analysis of it. Decision tree is giving the highest accuracy. So as I told that a priori algorithm has been considered for the classification purpose, here we can see for each individual frequent item set, a minimum threshold is being calculated. Here you can also see that how many rows it is being calculated. And for your knowledge, I'll tell you that I have been developing this using the Python language. And here we can see the protocol type, what is the threshold value for the destination count, what is the threshold value. So here individually for everything, for every frequent item set, minimum threshold is calculated. And for this minimum threshold, if your data set is much larger, you can repeat the previous steps like again considering the frequent item set and then computing your minimum threshold and so on. After that, there are two rules, that is association rule and the confidence. So this has been calculated, and then precision, recall, and these measures has been calculated, because for predicting the higher accuracy without knowing the precision, without knowing recall, without knowing F1 square, we cannot predict that our model is having the highest accuracy. So each and individual thing is being calculated here. Here we can see in the result analysis, Naive classifier using Bayes' theorem. We applied the Bayes' theorem here, and here we can see that the accuracy what we got. For the precision, it is 100% accuracy, but the false negatives here we computed, and that they're showing error for Naive algorithm. Same for the KNN classifier. KNN classifier, here the drawback with this KNN classifier is that it is not computing on the data set it is having. It always wants a new category to calculate on. So to overcome this drawback, we went further to the logistic regression classifier. Here in this logistic classifier, we can see almost logistic regression classifier and the decision tree classifier are giving us the 100% results. Yes. So here, upon logistic regression classifier, decision tree classifier is well suited with in terms of the accuracy. And here I can show you the comparison as results here. You can see Naive is having the larger support, but decision tree gives you the 100% cross-validation score as well as accuracy. So with this, we can say that using this decision tree classifier, further we can go for developing a certain forensic model that, for example, if you're working on the videos, so if you're sending the videos to the networks, so we can develop such intrusion prevention system where forensic investigation will get somehow benefit with this model, where the cyber breaches has been investigated, and it can just know that whether this video has been modified more or what it has been violated in the network or not. So with this, we can tell that whatever the cyber criminals, they're obscuring the data and they're hiding it and compromising the network, all these things. So we can prevent all this to be happened. And with this, I would like to conclude that among all those machine learning algorithms, decision tree algorithm and logistic regression algorithm will give you the accurate and higher accuracy compared to the previous machine learning algorithms. And these are the references. Yeah, I'm open to questions. Anyone? Yes.
If anyone has questions, you can ask.
Soumya ma'am, can you go to your first slide of comparative analysis?
Yes.
No, last one. Isse bhi pehle.
Yeah.
Previous one. Previous one.
This one.
First. No. The
first result analysis.
Yes. I just want to ask you that how you have classified the classes: anomaly, normal, accuracy, macro average, weighted average. What it mean?
See, I already told that I have been developed this using the Python language. So here for this, all the classifiers will be having one syntax that if you can calculate all these things. Usually anomaly, normal, all the things will be calculating in the a priori algorithm. And after that, accuracy is the thing which we will be getting only with the F1 score. And this for micro average and weighted average or the to add such attributes that will show you the error, false positives, negatives, true positives, true negatives. If there are any, it will detect. If there is no any such errors, it will just
Okay, Soumya ma'am, thank you.
Sumaya ma'am, I'm Swapna Nikale. Can I go ahead with my question?
Yes, Swapna.
Yeah, first of all, it was a good presentation and the topic coverage was very good. I have just a
Thank you so
minute
much,
question
Swapna.
that why SVM was
Yes,
not
ma'am.
tried in your research?
Thank you for the suggestion, Swapna ma'am. I don't, basically we'll be highlighting more on the classifiers, which we will know that they will give us the best accuracy. SVM, it didn't get into my mind. Definitely, I will work on this SVM and I will see how much accuracy I'm getting.
Thank you.
Basically, concentrate only on the top classifiers. I hope, Swapna ma'am, I'm clear with your.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Actually, I'm facing a problem with SVM. I'm also doing my research in the same area, but I am facing a lot of problems in SVM. So I wanted to get it cleared.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, definitely we'll get connected with this and we'll work on together, ma'am, if I have an opportunity. If you provide me an opportunity to work on this, definitely.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
I just have a small doubt. Can you go to the slide where you had mentioned the data set, the train and test? Train and test.csv.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it says the training has 25,000 rows and the testing has 22,000 rows. But usually the standard is around 70 to 80% for training and
I considered for a priori algorithm, it is 80 and 20 rule. I applied validating and evaluation for 80-20 rule. Not 70-30, it's 80-20.
Yes, ma'am. But here the number of rows is 22,000 for test and just slightly higher, which is 25,000 for training.
Yes.
So, yes, ma'am. That ratio would come up around. I think it won't be 80-20, right?
Yeah. See, the difference is only few, right?
Right, ma'am. Yes.
25,000 to 22,000.
Yes.
The ratio is usually we can evaluate for 70-30 also. There's no problem. But here the classifier which I use this a priori algorithm. In the a priori algorithm, the best suited rule is 80-20 rule. According to my analysis.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a really great paper. Thank you so much for this presentation. It was really good. Next up, we have.
Thank you so much.
Sivakanan Subramani.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you're welcome. So next up, we have Sivakanan Subramani, and their paper is Prediction of Strength of Concrete with Nanosilica and Silica Fume using BPANN. So are you here, Sivakanan Subramani?
Hello, hi, Lohit here. I would be presenting on behalf of Dr. Sivakanan. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the previous participant to stop sharing the screen. Yeah.
Doing the same.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, my screen's visible. Somebody confirm.
Yes. Yes, it is visible. Yes, go
Oh,
ahead.
thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So the paper title is Prediction of Strength of Concrete with Nanosilica and Silica Fume using BPANN. BPANN stands for Backpropagation Artificial Neural Network. And before we start, just a little about the authors. So about Dr. Shivakannan, he is working as an associate professor in the Department of Advanced Computing, St. Joseph's College, Bangalore. He has about 10 years of teaching experience. He has completed his PhD in image processing from Annamalai University, Chidambaram. He received his bachelor's in engineering degree in electronics and instrumentation engineering and his master's in engineering in applied electronics from Anna University, Chennai. He has published over 20 research papers in referred international journals and 10 research papers in the proceedings of various international conferences. He has received several Best Paper awards for his research papers at various international conferences. His areas of research include image processing, signal processing, machine learning, and deep learning. And next, about Mr. Lohit, myself, and Mr. Aviral Prakash and Ms. Nitisha Nigam are students from St. Joseph's College, currently pursuing their bachelor's in data science. They have done multiple projects in data analysis and visualization, and even collaborated with Seattle University for a project. Their passion towards data science paved the way for them to take up research projects very early on in their academic life. They are also working on several other research topics in which they are collecting the primary data for performing analysis. And so just to give an idea about the paper, if somebody would ask you the question, which is the most consumed material in the world, most of us would guess it is water, but second most consumed material, not a lot of us have an idea. So the second most consumed material is concrete. So concrete provides the base, the scaffold for anything to flourish. For example, if this meeting is taking place, it's because of data centers that is transmitting information, which is again housed in a structure which uses concrete. So there's concrete for everything around you indirectly depends on concrete. So the problem here is concrete's carbon footprint is very high. Specifically, the cement in concrete contributes for very high carbon footprint. So what our research focuses is on the cement part. We are partially substituting it with nanosilica and silica fume. These are two derivatives of silicon dioxide, and these are much environmentally less damaging substitutes compared to cement. So what we are trying to do is predicting the strength of the concrete in which the cement has been partially replaced with nanosilica and silica fume. That's simple. What we are trying to do is predict the strength of the concrete using neural networks in which the cement has been partially replaced by silica and nanosilica. And so before we go ahead, not a lot of people know what exactly concrete is. So here is a very simple image that tells what concrete is. Concrete is nothing but a physical mixture of fine aggregates, coarse aggregates, water, and cement. So fine aggregates are usually the sand, and different kinds of sand are there, and coarse aggregates vary. So here in the image, it's blue metal. But this is concrete. 4 things go into it: sand, your coarse aggregate, cement, and water. So what our research is trying to do is this part. The cement part, what you see, we are replacing this with silica and nanosilica partially. So by partially, I mean up to 30% of the cement we are planning to replace with silica and nanosilica. So that's exactly what this research is. And let's go ahead. So compressive strength. Concrete, how do you judge a concrete is majorly by its compressive strength, which is abbreviated as FCU. So it is the most important parameter considered by engineers while constructing buildings, bridges, or dams, because different applications need different compressive strengths of concrete. Because you can see here, M10 grade is for the patio slabs or pathways, in which the load bearing is not very high. And M40 is used in extremely important situation like bridges or tunnels or something. So concrete is all concrete are
Excuse
not
me,
the same.
Lohit.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you changing the slides?
Yes, I'm changing.
Oh, so it's not visible actually.
Which slide is
Yes,
it?
it's not visible.
Okay, I'll.
It's actually showing the first slide.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Is it okay now? Oh wait, this should work. I'll share my screen. This works, right?
Yeah, no, it's okay. Fine. Yes, that's good.
Okay, then I'll just quickly go back. Okay, so this is the image that I was talking about, right? The contents of concrete. It's sand, cement, water, and a coarse aggregate. So this research aims to replace the cement part partially with two other chemicals, namely nanosilica and silica fume. Why are we doing that? Because cement has a very high carbon footprint in its production. And and then I was talking about compressive strength of concrete. So when people talk about concrete, it's not the same across all applications. The main factor that varies in concrete used in a bridge and a house would be the concrete grade. So the concrete grades start from M10, M15, M20, and even go up to M70, M80. So what's the importance of concrete grade is nothing but the strength of the concrete. It's directly proportional. And knowing this strength is very important. And that's exactly what our research is doing. We are trying to predict the strength of the concrete. So there might be a question as to how is concrete strength found out earlier before neural networks. And so earlier, concrete strength was found out using a machine like this. What you see, a machine is a compressive machine. What it does is you lay a sample of concrete, you cure it for 28 days or even 7 days, and then you put it under this machine and keep applying force until the point of fracture. At the point of fracture, we understand that that is the maximum load that this concrete can take. But remember, this takes a lot of time, money, and also it's very inefficient because you cannot test every sample of concrete. You might, in one particular sample, you might change the aggregate. In one particular sample, you might add a little more water. So every sample, you cannot be testing the concrete grade, right? Because you have to wait for 28 days. 28 days is a lot of time in construction of buildings, and time is money is what we know. So what we are doing is we are building a model, a neural network, a deep learning model that acts like a virtual testing machine. So yeah, I can almost say that we are building a model that replaces this machine that you're seeing here. And it gives you results immediately rather than 28 days. You don't have to wait for 28 days. So because we are using neural networks for predictive analysis, it is a supervised learning method. So supervised learning methods initially need a labeled data set to train on. Once they are trained, they can be used continuously for a long time. So initially, 488 samples were tested, and this testing was done on the conventional machine that you saw in the previous slide. But once we get this 488 samples, we train the model using these 488 samples. Now, even thousands of samples can be predicted without the need for the physical testing and going to a testing center or anything. So the general flow which is followed is source. The source in this case is nothing but we got it from the lab. physical testing was done to get the compressive strength of concrete. And the data set we have is a structured data set. It is in the form of table. And then we carried out EDA, exploratory data analysis, to understand, to just get your hands dirty with the data. You do EDA, you understand what's the minimum, maximum value, what's the median, average, variance of all the parameters. And then data cleaning. Data cleaning majorly deals with cleaning missing data or removing duplicate records or any structural errors, fixing structural errors. And then data normalization. So because this is not a machine learning model and this is a deep learning model, the data needs to be normalized. So by normalization, it means we are restricting all the values between 0 and 1. So the normalization technique used in this particular work was min-max. There are other techniques as well that can be used. And then the next step is feature selection. Feature selection is nothing but you select your input and output variable depending on what the problem is. In this case, we are trying to predict the strength, compressive strength of concrete, in which the cement has been partially replaced with nanosilica and silica fume. And the next step is variable selection. So what variable selection does is you give only the relevant data to the model. For example, let's say color of the concrete may not affect the compressive strength. So why would color need to be given to the model? So I would just remove the color, right? So something like that. Some irrelevant variables have to be dropped and only the relevant ones will be carried forward for training the model. And in modeling, in this case, like I mentioned earlier, we used BPANN, which is nothing but back propagation artificial neural network. And the analysis was carried out on RStudio. And the split was 70-30%, 70% being the training data and 30% being the testing data. And then finally, validation was carried out and good results were achieved. Over correlation of over 0.95 was achieved. And then the final phase is deployment. So once the model has shown good accuracy, it can be deployed in real life conditions, right? So for example, this is a snapshot from the data set. The ones in the green color are the input variables, means they are the ones that will be fed to the model, and the ones in the red are the output variables. In this case, you can see there are two output variables, the FCU 7 days and FCU 28 days. That's nothing but the compressive strength. MPa, the unit MPa means megapascals. So two tests are done at the end of 7 days and at the end of 28 days, right? So that's the output variable, and the input variables are cement, which is nothing but the density of cement, kg per meter cube, and then W by C is nothing but water to cement ratio in percentage, and Ca to Fa is nothing but coarse aggregate to fine aggregate ratio, and Ca type. So there are different types of coarse aggregates, and each type is given a number. And then the next is silica fume, percentage of binder. Binder is nothing but cement. So what percent of cement is replaced by silica fume, and the next column is what percentage of cement is being replaced by nanosilica. And then the diameter. So the diameter of nanosilica is constant. It's 15 nanometers is what is studied. And superplasticizer is a special chemical that is used to reduce the water consumption. And type of mixing, there are 2 or 3 different types of mixing based on the amount of concrete required. So based on all these factors, we are trying to predict the strength of the concrete. So let's say in a normal case, if you change any of these values, you would have to wait for 7 and 28 days and then give it to a lab to get it tested physically, which is expensive, time consuming as well. But in this case, you just feed it to the model and then you get your expected compressive strength with more than 95% accuracy. So that's what we are trying to do. And then this is a diagram of the neural network that was deployed. So the first layer is the input layer, which contains all the input variables. And the second, third, and fourth, or let's say all the in-between layers are called as hidden layers. And the final layer is output layer. And you can see there's FCU. FCU is nothing but the compressive strength. That's what we are predicting. So throughout the research work, we tried different combinations of number of hidden layers and number of neurons in each hidden layers, which was varied on a trial and error basis. And finally, whichever combination gave the best output is what is being used. And then, yeah. So to conclude, in this work, 488 various concrete mixtures in which the cement has been partially replaced by silica fume up to 20% and nanosilica up to 10% has been studied. And a model to predict the compressive strength exhibiting very high levels of accuracy in terms of numbers. The mean squared errors was almost nil in most cases, and the correlation coefficients between the predicted and the testing compressive strength was 0.95 or more than 0.95. So this demonstrates that the backpropagation neural network models work pretty effectively, replacing the conventional methods of predicting the concrete strength. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Sir, it's really a good presentation.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Lohit,
yes.
In a table, you shows that when the nanosilica was increasing, the strength was decreasing.
Sorry,
yes.
In this table?
Yes, in this table.
Okay.
The nano, yes, IO2 silica,
Yes.
this is 0%, 0.5%. Yes, correct. This is 2%.
Yeah.
The strength is 43 on middle, 1% when you are using this nanosilica. And before this, it was 42% and 36 MPa, sorry. And at the last, when you are using 2% nanosilica, the strength is reduced up to 40 MPa.
Okay, but also the cement content is varied. Can you see the first column? The cement is reduced.
Yes, sir. But WC ratio is the same.
Yes, the ratio is same.
Yes.
Okay, see, so this was tested on a concrete testing machine, and there is always some amount of randomness in the testing, right? And probably what you pointed out explains why I didn't get 100% accuracy. That's why I told you I was getting a correlation of 0.95 between the predicted and actual, and not 100%. If going by the trend that you say, if this should also increase or decrease, if a trend is to be followed in every single record, I think I would get 100% accuracy, even with just linear regression or basic decision trees or support vector machine, right? But I'm getting only up to 95% of accuracy with neural networks, because there is always some amount of randomness involved in it. You can find the overall trend, but you cannot say exactly this is the value, this is how it should come, exactly this is how it happens, right?
Yes, what I was thinking that while increasing of nanosilica, the strength is decreasing. Is it true or not?
No, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, in my paper that I've written, I've referenced papers of chemical engineers who have carried out the research and have told it definitely increases the strength as well. Adding nanosilica and silica fume increases the strength. What you're seeing is just probably 4 or 5 records, right? I didn't train the model with just 4 or 5 records. I've used 488 records. So one anomaly out of 488 will hardly have any effect on my model, right? So if you want, I can show my data set. So this is the data set that you're seeing. There are a lot of records. So just one or two records that don't follow the trend will not affect the model in a great way. And
okay. Thank you. I understand. And another question is related to this, that is there any effect on the durability of the concrete because of use of this microsilica?
No, in fact, see, so durability of concrete, the major thing it gets exposed to is rain and winds, right? Wind may not be of a big effect, but water definitely. If you know, silica is, what do we say? Silica is not something that absorbs water completely. You use silica in your electronics, circuit boards and all, right? We use silica. So it's not like if you expose your silica to water, it gets corrupted. I mean, what happens when your phone or something falls in water is it gets short circuited. Otherwise, the silica is unharmed, right? And the amount of percentage of cement that you're replacing is only maximum up to 10%, 10 and 20%. So in the data set, you can see it's mostly 0.5%, 1.5%, 6%, 10%. So just by replacing such a small amount of cement, that shouldn't make that bigger impact on the durability.
It's a request due to time short. We are not able to give you enough time.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lohit.
Actually, I am having one question that
yes, ma'am.
How much data have you taken for BPANN network?
Ma'am, 488 samples and 70-30 was the split ratio.
Okay.
Yes,
can machine learning techniques can be used because it's like a classification problem?
No, ma'am, it's a regression problem because I'm trying to predict the strength. It's a continuous variable.
As well.
Yes, ma'am. I have also used regression. I've used linear regression and random forest. So yeah, you can see this is the code for it. I've used a linear regression and random forest, but the output I got was not as good as neural network. So that's why I didn't even include it as a part of the study.
According to your problem, you should, I think you should use logistic regression. Once you should, if you use logistic regression, the results will be good.
Logistic regression is mostly for binary classification. Here, I'm not classifying. I'm
classification as well as your regression problems as well.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Guru Raj SP, and his paper title is Resource Allocation and Workload Scheduling in Cloud Computing.
Okay, thank you, madam. Can I share my PPT?
Just a minute, sir. It's a general announcement for all the participants that you will be given only 8 minutes to present your work and 2 minutes for the question answer. Okay, sir, you have 8 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. So is my presentation is visible? Hello, is my PPT is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you able to see the slide?
No, sir, your PPT is not visible.
Okay, just let me share one second. Now?
Yes, sir, now it's visible.
Okay, I have enlarged this. Okay, so very good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Gurraj SP, I'm working in one of the engineering college in Karnataka that is situated near Bangalore, that is a site in Tumkur. And my research topic is resource allocation and workload scheduling in cloud computing. Okay, so just I'll briefly discuss about myself. I have published 2 journal papers already. and I have published one paper in international conference, and I have a 13 years of experience. So as we know about the cloud computing is one of the buzzword from last 10 years, and a lot of people are working in cloud computing with respect to the different areas, such as how we make a resource allocation, how we can schedule the problems, how we can do balance the data security. A lot of different areas are comes under with respect to the cloud computing. And in that one, we have I have taken, or we and I and myself, my other colleagues have taken, how do we can allocate the resources to the cloud so that we can enhance the work schedule can be done in this particular area. So as you know that cloud computing is emerging technology with the performance, and a lot of applications are executed independently on a cloud, and which can be executed at the parallel so that we can have a faster execution in this current scenario. And as you know that in the world there are a lot of different resources are interconnected with each other, and we need to schedule those resources properly so that we can get a faster result at a homogeneous network. And also, once we are resource allocation is done, then the second process we need to identify how we can prioritize or schedule the given problem. So that part we are going to consider over here. So when we are considering the scheduling part, so we need to also think about how the switching of the jobs are going to be taken place whenever there is a lot of load on any particular server in real time, and these aspects are being logged in the file, and we have used the concept of optimizing the scheduling algorithm. Then I'll just briefly go just what I have discussed with respect to the abstract part. Now I will go through what do you mean by cloud computing, why it is used widely, and what type of applications are done. So as you know that the cloud computing is an internet-based computing system where it consists of a lot of virtualized servers which are connected across the world, and we have different infrastructures if you take with respect to the cloud, and we also have a different platform which will be allow the user whenever you want to make use of it. That is what we call it as pay-as-you basis. And we also have many offers which are present in the cloud computing models. Not only pay-as-you do, we have other models also. So this we can go through what are the different services or deployment models which are going to be considered in real time. So when you take models, there are mainly three different types of model. What we call it as software as a model, that is software as a service, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. So when I say software, I can give the best example of Gmail services. Then when I say the infrastructures, whenever we need to, for example, deploying any application onto the cloud where I required a proper infrastructure which is being given. So for infrastructure, you can best example or best organization is Amazon, which provide a lot of infrastructures. Then in the same way, we have a platform where you are going to get different platforms like Microsoft Azure is there, NHL is there. The different types of platforms are available in cloud. And then when I say the deployment model will help us to how that particular application has to be deployed, whether it has to be public means it is accessible to all. When you make private, it will be private to a particular organization or a set of people. Then hybrid is nothing but it is a combination of both. Okay. So this is about the deployment model. So there are a lot of characteristics of cloud computing which comes into the market. So what we just have listed few, that is one we call it as demand services, resource pooling, network-based, rapid elasticity. So I'm going to mainly consider on these two as we are going to consider with respect to the resource allocation and scheduling. So when my application is running in a cloud and suddenly I require a huge amount of I need to increase or the number of users capacity, then if it is on a cloud, then we have a it is flexible, it can able to handle a huge variations in the what we call it as increase and decrease in the number of users. And resource pooling, as you know that most of the computing resources are kept idle in the place, then we can use such resource.
So you have only 2 minutes.
Sorry, madam?
You have only 2 minutes.
Okay.
to complete your presentation.
Okay. So for my architecture, so I have implemented my work in Cloud SIM architecture, where I have got different infrastructure. This particular architecture is built using Java programming. And what we have done, we have used two important aspects over here. That is, one is cloud scheduler led, and this is my architecture where this is my workload. These workloads are divided into different jobs, and these jobs are given to the scheduler. So we have used a scheduler called as cloudlet scheduler timeshare, which will be responsible for scheduling my jobs to the resource manager. This resource manager in turn divide the different given problem into different nodes 1 and node 2. These are computed on a cloud. When we deploy our applications on a cloud and we execute these instructions with the help of resource manager and a scheduler, we are going to enhance, and there will be not having any issue with respect to the application, like what we say that whenever we have huge load on any particular website at time, and it will always keep on rotating, and we will not get the availability of utilizing the such resource. When we make use of this particular job scheduling algorithm with the help of resource manager, this resource manager is going to divide the given number of requests to the user to different nodes, which can parallelly computed, and so that all the jobs can be executed at a particular instance of time. And what we thought, we have come up with the new 4 different algorithms, which is going to be doing different tasks. For example, first one is a job submit. So where the jobs are submitted to the remote manager, resource manager, and that will be pinged with the help of code. And in that case, the queue, if it is submitted to queue, otherwise it will be transferred back to the end. That is the first algorithm what we implemented in job schedule. And then we have a resource creator, create resources, like we have created n number of machines and n number of resources along with the processing element. And for each and every processing element, we have maintained the cost, so that we will be able to get to know that how much cost has been taken to execute some particular job. And the fourth algorithm is, which is time shared event handler, which will be responsible for allocating all the resources to the processing environment and shared in the job. And these jobs are around, and we can forecast all the job execution events and deliver at the average speed of time. And this is with respect to the waiting period. And then we have another continuation of that algorithm, what we call it as allocation with the job process. And once the job is done, it will be remove the finished job, so that stack or that queue can be used for other workload scheduling. So now what we have done, so based upon the number of jobs what we have given to our
completed. Sorry to say, the time is completed.
Okay, 1 minute, I'll finish it up. So basically, this is about the processing cost it is going to take, and these are the number of jobs which we are going to have. So based upon these costs, we have computed the approach. So this is the traditional one what is being followed, and in our algorithm, when we are following, we are going to achieve more than 40% increase in the completion of the task. And this is with respect to the number of processing cost, and this is with respect to the context switching, where the process is going to execute from one to another. And when we use this scheduling algorithm here, we have used a round robin algorithm for processing the jobs in Cloud SIM, so that we can get more efficiency with respect to the different jobs. And we also use the optimization approach here. And we also conducted the experiment based upon different jobs by giving. And in this particular, we have an option to provide number of jobs to the application and what is the size of the job and everything in the cloud space, as well as time shared event. And so we have referred some few papers. So this is one of the very famous paper with respect to the cloud computing, which came in 2009 by Rajkumar Buya, who is a professor in Australia, and he has written a lot of papers.
Thank you, sir, for your. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, any question answer from your side?
No, ma'am. No. No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite J. Vikram and his paper title is An Efficient and Secure Framework for Face Recognition System using LBP, PCA, and FLD. J. Vikram. Okay. This is the final call for the J. Vikram. His paper title is An Efficient and Secure Framework for Face Recognition System using LBP, PCA, and FLD. Okay. The next is Jocelyn M. Berina, and paper title is Modeling about limited face-to-face classes during COVID-19 in the Philippines. Jocelyn M. Berina.
Yes.
Ma'am, you can present your work. You can start the presentation. And you will be given only 8 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for the question answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
So is my audio clear? So allow me to share my screen, but can you stop screen sharing? Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me check first if the audio is clear.
A pleasant day, ladies and
Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to start now with my presentation.
A pleasant day, ladies and gentlemen, to the organizers, researchers from around the world and panel of the actors. It is an honor for me to be part of this 43rd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology. I am Jocelyn M. Berina, the oral presenter of my research paper entitled Topic Modeling on Tweets about Limited Face-to-Face Classes during COVID-19 in the Philippines. Co-authors, Victor Q. Parillas, Evelyn M. Baisa, Ederlyn R. Raro, and Telma D. Palawag. Currently, I am the Dean of the College of Information Technology at Bao Community College, Bao Camarines Sur, Philippines. Here are my co-authors, Victor Q. Parillas Jr., Assistant Professor 1 at Divine Word College of Legazpi, Philippines. Evelyn M. Baisa, Assistant Professor 4 at Camarines Norte State College, Camarines Norte, Philippines. Edralyn R. Raro, currently affiliated with Camarines Norte State College, Camarines Norte, Philippines. And Telma D. Palawag, currently affiliated with University of the Cordilleras, Baguio City, Philippines. In line with the huge disruption caused by the spread of the coronavirus in the academic learning and education of Filipino students, this study aims to conduct a topic modeling, examining tweets about limited face-to-face classes during COVID-19 in the Philippines for the purpose of determining what Filipinos on Twitter talk about and what their topmost concerns are with regard to this new educational or learning setup. Using the qualitative research approach, the researcher utilized the topic modeling method in order to obtain and mine data from Twitter and use it as a source and reference in gathering insights from people that will help achieve the maximization of academic learning in the midst of the massive educational disruption in the country. Topic modeling was used in the study to identify topics and obtain hidden text patterns from a given text corpus. Findings from the topic modeling conducted on Twitter revealed certain predominant topics that the Filipino Twitter users are currently discussing or talking about based on their tweets related to limited face-to-face classes during COVID-19. These topics include the limited nature of classes during the pandemic, which limit their knowledge and learning as students and concerns about health and safety. The topics derived from the study's findings put emphasis on people's concerns about the limited nature of classes during this time, which also restrict the students' ability to acquire new knowledge and learn. As their discussion centered mostly on the limitation of classes, it is evidently one of their topmost concerns. One of the biggest adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic worldwide is the massive disruption it has caused to the educational system. As the whole world was put a complete stop by the quickly spreading coronavirus, the majority of schools in many countries were closed, leaving students without a choice but to quickly shift and adapt to remote or distance learning. In the Philippines, the education of over 27 million students has been severely disrupted due to the school closures and a lack of in-person or face-to-face classes since the COVID-19 outbreak in 2020, according to UNICEF Philippines. Fortunately, the government recently approved the expansion of the implementation of limited face-to-face classes in the country in accordance with the health and safety standards set by the Department of Health. However, this triggered polarizing opinions among many Filipino parents and students, with some agreeing and some others disagreeing with the progressive expansion of in-person classes in the country. Given the differing views on this important matter, this study intends to acquire the Filipinos' predominant views and thoughts on the implementation of the limited face-to-face classes and determine their topmost concerns as students begin to shift to this new learning educational setup. The main purpose and research goal of this study is to determine what Filipinos on Twitter talk about in line with the implementation of the limited face-to-face classes in the Philippines and what their topmost concerns are with regard to this new educational or learning setup. Moreover, this study also intends to determine the datasets that may be collected for topic modeling with regards to tweets related to limited face-to-face classes during COVID-19 and the specific tools and topic modeling techniques that may be used to acquire these datasets. Using the qualitative research approach, the researchers utilize a topic modeling method. The topic modeling process adhered in the study includes data collection, pre-processing of data, the generation of the topic models, and topic labels. Tweets about limited face-to-face classes during COVID-19 in the Philippines were collected using the Twitter library of RStudio. A total of 7,598 tweets related to limited face-to-face classes during COVID-19 in the Philippines were collected. The researchers chose the Twitter platform as a text corpora in the study primarily because it is designed to produce or generate a huge number of short messages from actual users, sharing their personal views and opinions about the topic. Hence, Twitter can be used as a reliable source of datasets which may serve as a basis of people's thoughts on limited face-to-face classes during COVID-19 pandemic. The pre-processing of data is a crucial step to making data more amenable to an accurate and reliable analysis of the study's findings. Data processing also increased the accuracy and efficiency of machine learning model. For this study, we utilized the pre-processed text widget of Orange application to remove duplicates, URLs, punctuations, hashtag, as well as symbols, and transform all data to lowercase. Tokenization and filtering were also applied in this study. After the pre-processing method, a total of 5,487 datasets were retained. Given the 5,487 datasets obtained, the number of topics was set at 10 unique words. The topic model were generated in Orange using the latent Dirichlet allocation, a popular topic modeling algorithm. Based on the Dirichlet parameters, which indicated the weight of each topic, it is evident that the primary or the main topic in the study was limited classes for students equate to limited knowledge with 25.396%. The analysis of each topic model was performed by the researchers based on two criteria. First, the frequency with which every unique word occurred. Second, the interconnection of every word listed and the meaning created when the topic models are grouped together. The manual assignment of the topic label was based on the personal judgment of the researchers. Moreover, the researchers asked some expert to validate and review all the topic labels assigned per number. This table shows all the topic models with their corresponding Dirichlet parameters, which indicate the weight of every topic obtained in this study. The result and findings reflected the primary or the main topics in the study based on the weight indicated in each Dirichlet parameter include limited classes for student equate to limited knowledge with 25.396%, student limited classes result to limited learning in school with 14.87%, and limited online classes result to limited learning with 12.789%. This result evidently emphasized the limited nature of classes and the restriction imposed on learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Through a manual and perceptive analysis of these findings, it can be deduced that most of the tweets reflected the Filipino Twitter users' concerns on the limited nature of classes and the restriction imposed on learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and thus the significance of students being able to shift to a limited face-to-face learning setup to address the learning gaps. And the results drawn from the study highlights the limited nature of classes during pandemic and the limited learning among students. All three topic models with the highest rating.
Yes, please.
What made the study relevant
you
and
will be
important,
given only
therefore,
another 1
is the
minute to
fact
complete
that
your
it stresses the
presentation.
urgency of implementing limited face-to-face classes the soonest time possible in order to facilitate the slow but steady shift of students from temporary pandemic learning setup to a more permanent and effective educational setup within the classroom. Moreover, this result may serve as a guide for the LGUs or local government units and the various educational institutions to think of other practical ways to further maximize the learning of students, especially in these uncertain times. Thank you.
So that's end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, you have mentioned 5429 tweets but you have not mentioned data in MBs or GBs. Are you handling the only rows or handling the data in GBs? You are analyzing tweet data. You have mentioned 5429, 5439. Are these rows?
Yes, so what's the question, please?
Yes. You have mentioned 7,598 tweets related to limited face-to-face classes. These are rows?
In topic modeling, actually, the standard or the minimum number of document must be equals to 1,000 documents. So I guess the 7,598 tweets, the uncleaned data sets, but after pre-processing, there are only 5,487 data sets, but data sets were a good sample for topic modeling already.
Okay, which process you have used to collect the data set? Tweet data set. Which process you have used to collect tweet data set?
To clean, I use the Orange application. So one of the common and easiest application to use for cleansing of data. So there is a pre-processed text widget in the Orange application where you can use to clean the data. So it will remove the duplications, punctuation, hashtags, and then other symbols.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Saiko Bose. His paper is Literature Review on Comparative Study of Secure Data Hiding Techniques like Cryptography, Stenography, and Watermarking along with their effectiveness. Mr. Saket Bose. This is the final call for Mr. Saket Bose. Paper title is Literature Review on Comparative Study of Secure Data Hiding Techniques like Cryptography, Steganography, and Watermarking along with their effectiveness. Okay. Next, we will like to invite Spirit Janja. Paper title Design of Smart Transformer Breather and Analysis Using ANSYS Fluent. Next, Vijay Kumar Reddy P. Paper title RTC Digital Assistant and Routine Detection Using Machine Learning.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yes, sir. Sir, you can present your paper. You can share your PPT. And during the PPT, you have to turn on your videos. And you will be given only 8 minutes and 2 minutes for the question answer.
Sure, ma'am. Just a second. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vijay Kumar, and today I'm going to be talking about my research paper, which is a literature review. Just a second. So is everybody able to see the screen that I've shared just now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the title of my research paper is ARTC, which is a digital assistant and routine detection using ML. This is a research paper that I've written actually based on a project that I'm working on. This is an analytical research paper that I've written, and I wish to create an extended version of this, an in detail project research paper, which I'm going to be releasing soon. So yeah, myself Vijay Kumar Reddy. I'm a student pursuing Bachelor of Engineering in CSC at New Horizon College of Engineering. And I've published one research paper previously in IJSCRT in 2021, which is my previous semester, a literature review paper on digital assistants. And I'm presently working on 2 more. And I'm also a part-time photographer. So this is my biography. So moving into the topic, this research paper mainly explains about the present problems that the voice assistants are facing when it comes to desktops. You can see applications like Microsoft Cortana, etc., that work in laptops, but people tend to not use them. The reason is that they aren't as sophisticated as you find the voice assistants in mobiles like Apple Siri and Google Assistant, Amazon Alexa, etc. So when it comes to the abstract of the research paper, these are the voice assistants that we have in mobiles are complex artificial intelligence technology, and people connect and use them in various ways, not only as chatbots but also to get to know information. And these voice assistants provide us a more of a hands-free experience. Actually, the existing system we have today is constructed with the sole purpose of answering to users' queries rather than providing them with actual assistantship that's actually essential. And but when we want advanced assistance, they are limited to mobiles, which makes it a pickle to deal with. However, the functional and topical use of digital voice assistant varies from person to person. As a result, the respondent's contextual knowledge is reflected in this study. So when we look into the voice assistants that we have for desktops today, most of them are simply like the random text-to-speech module ones, which do not have any additional features more than providing you with this chatbot feature. But I want to create an extended version of this one. So the description. So when it comes to the description, when it comes to description, voice assistant, what is a voice assistant actually? A voice assistant is a type of digital assistant that listens for specific commands. That listens for specific commands, has language processing algorithms, and synthesizes to find relevant information and carry out any specific tasks that are requested by the user. These commands are particularly told by the user. The voice assistant tries to find any relevant information. Like if you say a particular command, it will try to find the keywords in the command and try to search for it and provide you with a relevant answer. While voice assistant may be entirely a software system on which all devices could be combined, other assistants are specially designed for each of the individual device usage, such as Google Assistant's reminder timer. That is particularly limited to a Google Assistant feature, but it has come into Apple Siri as well. But it is a more advanced feature in Google Assistant. Voice assistants are now being incorporated into a number of gadgets, including smartphones, speakers, and other audio and video devices as we have today. And with this said, without us being known about the fact that voice assistants have become a rather irreplaceable place of our day-to-day lives. Most of us, the Android users might use Google Assistant up to a limited level, but when you observe the iOS users, they use Apple Siri in various ways, and they generally find Apple Siri as a part of their lives rather than a simple feature in a mobile. And excuse me. Yeah, sorry about that. These tasks can be further simplified and can be performed with it has been mostly observed that people waste a lot of time in browsing and performing routine tasks, trying to perform the task given to them properly. But with the help of digital assistants, these tasks can be further simplified and can be performed with increased speed and precision. So the existing system that we have today is how does Apple Siri works? When Siri microphone button is pushed, whatever spoken voice is recorded, compressed and transferred into Apple's data centers, where Apple's hosts Siri's AI like natural language processing algorithm and nuanced text-to-speech functionality. Siri then determines what the user has spoken. Siri either discovers a specific voice answer to the response to the user's request and sends it back to the phone, or she runs queries and sends a conversational AI file back to the device. By vocalizing responses and, if appropriate, displaying data from the Siri server or from users' iPhone resources. The iPhone Siri virtual assistant is given alive. So when we try to understand what happens here, when you try to speak a particular sentence, like if you try to ask Siri about anything, it will compress the data file and send it to the Apple's data servers, where the particular command is processed. And if there is an answer that can be given by text, it will simply be shown in text and as a voice answer as well. But if you ask Siri regarding something like either about maps or about searching a particular information or something, what it does is it displays the results as well. When it comes to Amazon Alexa, when we try to understand what happens in Amazon Alexa, natural language processing, or NLP for short, this is a machine learning technology that Amazon Alexa uses to process requests or commands. Natural language processing, to put simply, is the use of algorithms to manipulate different types of natural language, such as text, audio, and speech. So you know that natural language processing is the basic and the most fundamental feature of any voice assistants that we have today. Could be mobile assistant, or could be any external device assistant, or could be assistant for a desktop. Having a natural language processing algorithm is compulsory. So once the incoming signals have been correctly processed, Alexa does a wake word detection. During this step, Alexa looks for an activation phrase, often "Hey Alexa." Algorithms for supervised machine learning are used to train Alexa. So we know that Alexa works according to a wake call. We know that any voice assistant, it answers through a wake call. Like Apple Siri, you can say "Hey Siri," and Amazon Alexa, "Hey Alexa." So when we try to look into the problems that the existing system has, I have tried to analyze each of the voice assistants that we have today, the most famous ones. There are many voice assistants. There are more than actually some 100 to 150 voice assistants. But I've taken the most famous ones that people use in the present day. Those are Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, and Apple Siri. And I've tried to analyze their precision and accuracy in providing a relevant answer in various standards so that we could further understand what the mobile assistants are facing before going further into the desktop assistance topic. So I've tried to tally them down to general knowledge, music, podcast, entertainment, ordering food, and other features. And as you can see, not even one of the voice assistant is completely perfect in providing everything. You can see Amazon Alexa is a bit slow when it comes to music and podcasts, or it could be directions, or it could be translations. Because as you can understand, Amazon Alexa is simply a home device actually. It's a home device that you can use as a speaker assistant or something like that. But when you observe the same thing, ordering food, online shopping, directions and everything, voice
So
recognition,
you
Google
have only
Assistant is
2
at its top.
minutes to complete.
Sorry?
2 minutes to complete.
Okay, apologies for the delay. So let me go into the idea of my system that I want to develop. I want to develop a full-fledged hands-free version for a desktop. I want to provide it with 3 modules, that is device authorization, virtual assistance, and routine detection. So what does device authorization mean? Device authorization, my project I have been developing on Python. So it uses the modules of PyTTSX3, Sapify, and Wolfram Alpha API to authorize the user's voice. It could record the voice of the user, and it would analyze it with the voice signals that it has it saved in the Firebase database, and it would compare it, and it would tell whether it is the actual user that's trying to authorize the application, or is it someone else. Virtual assistants that we have, I am using Google Speech Command dataset to fulfill this feature, and most of the basic commands are being extracted from Google Speech Command dataset as well. When it comes to routine detection, this is a new feature that I want to introduce in my system, where if the user continuously uses an app for more than 4 times in a day, or it could be a week or something, the assistant starts detecting the amount of users that the user uses a kind of app, and each apps it will start clustering. It will use the concept of machine learning, and it will perform clustering, and it will form clusters to each of the apps. For example, all the programming apps are formed into one cluster. All the entertainment apps such as Netflix, Prime, etc. are formed into one cluster. All different gaming consoles, gaming apps, etc. are formed into one cluster. And then the virtual assistant gives it a particular command, for example, shift to gaming mode. Immediately, it will open all the games that you have previously played. Not only that, it would also hinder with the system settings as well, such as increasing the brightness and volume and shifting it to do not disturb mode, etc. And not only that, you can customize your commands as well in this project. So that is the conclusion of my project. These are the basic stuff that I wanted to describe in my project. I wanted to show what are all the issues that the present systems are facing, and how the desktop assistant that I am trying to create is going to provide much accuracy and much precision than compared to the ones that we have in our existing system. Thank you.
Ma'am, any questions?
Any questions?
No, ma'am. No questions.
Okay.
No questions.
Thank
So
you,
thank
sir,
you very much for giving me this opportunity.
for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Arun Singh, and title is Smart Irrigation Model for Controlling and Monitoring Agricultural Land Remotely. Mr. Aruna Singh, sorry. Ma'am, you are not audible. No, you are not audible. No, ma'am. Ma'am, you are not audible. No. No, ma'am. Still, you are not audible. You can use other mode, headphone or something maybe that is not compatible with your system. No, ma'am. Still, you are not audible to everyone. Is she audible to everyone? No, ma'am. Still, you are not audible to anyone. Ma'am, we will call you after this. In the meantime, you can. Ma'am, we will call you at the last. No, ma'am, you are still not audible.
Please check your browser settings. The site permission is not allowing your mic to be used.
Ma'am, we will call you at the end of this session. Next, we will invite Miss Dia Sheikh. Paper title is Handwritten Digit Recognition Using Neural Network. Dia Sheikh.
Yes, ma'am. He is not here because of medical emergency. I am the co-author.
Okay, sir. You can present the paper on her behalf.
Yes, ma'am. Just
Okay.
a second.
So you will be given only 8 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for the question answer.
Okay, ma'am. No problem.
Yeah, it's visible.
It's visible, right? Just a second. So our project is handwritten detective. Sorry. So our project is handwritten digit recognition. So we are as a group, Pushkara Shani, Dia Sheikh, Shireen Sheikh, Amir Sheikh, Moa Sheikh, and Tayyab Sheikh have made a project which is like you have to write a number in handwriting and it will detect what number it is. So our guide is Kaushalya Thopte. So we are a group of 6 students from Vishwakarma Institute of Technology in computer department. And we took this project. Now we are in second year. We took this project in first year. And we have developed 2 websites in first year for underprivileged kids to give them a mentorship. Like there are many students who don't get a proper guidance for exams and they are left behind. And currently we are working on a software for FIR registration and ITC detection. So you have to tell us your story and it will show you which IPCs are applied on it using machine learning. So in case of digit recognition using machine learning, what happens is we have used the database of MNIST and using the database we have to tally whatever is written with the database actually. So these modules we have used the database, the GUI and neural network and NumPy. So why we basically need the handwritten system? So because when we write with our hands, there is a possibility that it changes from person to person. So you have seen many times you have like written 1 and you are thinking like it's a 7 or 5 to 6 or 2 to 7. So what our project do is basically we take a single letter and break it and take an image of it and break it down into 28 by 28 size and save it individual tiles individually and process it and map it on the database and give the most favorable outcome, like which matches the 90%. It will show it like it will map it on the database and it will show that which number is mapping the most accurately basically. So what we have done is we have created a neural network. We have created three layer neural network, and we have trained the neural network using the database. After that, in GUI, we will capture the image of a particular number, and we will convert that number into an array of 0 and 1 values, and we will map it on the database, and after that we will predict the number. So there are some what you can say, there are some difficulties or there are some limitations for it, because every person, like what it does is it converts the number into an image of 28 by 28 format, but every person have the different length and different style of writing. So if the angle changes also, the accuracy changes. So if there is a person who have very bad handwriting, so the accuracy will be less, but it will show the particular number. So if you have written like a little tilted 5, so it will try to map it and it will give 5, but accuracy will be less. So the basic conclusion is we have used the MNIST database using machine learning and using neural networking. We can provide you with the output, and basically the problem in case of our model can be happened with 1 and 7 and 3 and 8. So basically this problem happens with every single model, because of which the Indian government have been saying that you have to put a number plate in a particular order, because if we made customized number plate, the cameras or the surveillance cameras are not able to identify the number of that particular vehicle. So Indian government have said that you have to take the number plate from us only, and it will get recognized by the cameras. If you break any rules, it will be punishable. So here are some applications of our model. So first one is the number plate recognition. It's like if you break a signal or over speeding, something like that. And postal mail sorting. So you have seen on mails, we write the particular number or pin number of your house, so it will be get readed and it will be get sorted, so there are no need of a person to sort it. And bank check processing, in case of bank check, we don't have to scan it all, we have to just scan the date, scan the bank account number and the amount, and we can get the output. And from data entry, like we can ask in a digit form, and we can use it to enter the data. And future scope of this project can be like in case here what we have done using machine learning, we are converting a particular number, a photo of a number, into a binary and showing you the output. But we can do this with many cases, like in medical ward. If you take an image of a like wound, like what kind of wound it is, so we can show that by taking a photo of a wound and changing it into a binary, it can give the output like it's a mosquito bite, it's a cut from a blade. So this can be done also in a future scope.
You only have 2 minutes more left.
And here are results of our project. Like if you write 0, our project is giving us that you have written a digit 0, or you have written a 3. It's a very bad 3, but it is giving you the digit 3. Yeah. So any questions?
Okay, thank you so much. Next participant, we have
Thank you.
Ma'am, am I audible to you right now?
Yeah.
Aruna, I'm just before that. Am I audible to everyone now?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am. So, may I present now?
Yeah, sure, you can present.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My screen is visible to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible and you are audible also.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. My topic is smart irrigation model for controlling and monitoring agricultural land remotely. My name is Aruna Singh, and I'm a research scholar at the RGPP Rajiv Gandhi Prasogi Vishwavidyalaya Bhopal. And I also worked as a research associate with the Central Institution at IIFER Bhopal. And I have completed my MTech from RITS and BTech from the Government Engineering College, Jabalpur, Bhopal. Jabalpur.
And my working area is Internet of Things and wireless sensor network. Till now, I have presented my paper in the national and international conferences, and my 3 technical papers have been published yet. One is in the Scopus journal, and one is in the chapter of book series, and one is rest of the 4 papers are from the non-technical backgrounds. As I'm associated with the teaching and the technical part, so I have written the 3-4 papers on the teaching and the training parts also, and that I have published in the international and national journals also. So these are my basic profile. Here about my research project. Basically, I'm developing a system that is for the Indian farmers. Why I'm developing this system? Let me introduce some problem statements with the existing agriculture system, because the agriculture product is the demand of the agriculture product is increasing day by day. There are the 2 reasons. First reason is the overpopulation, and the second reason is the urbanization. The people are moving from the rural area to the urban area, and that's why the agriculture products scarcity is increasing. But inversely, the demand of it increasing day by day. To balance or to bridging this problem, I'm developing a system, smart irrigation monitoring and controlling system, where I'm trying to maintain or monitoring all the parameters which is related to the soil and the farming land. So here the technical approach I'm using is the Internet of Things, where I'm working on the sensing technology along with the Wi-Fi technology. The software part I'm using is the cloud storage that I will discuss with you in the later part. And here the soil parameter I'm taking is the soil pH value. The first parameter, this is the basic parameter where I am working: soil pH, soil moisture, and the humidity, and the soil temperature as well. Not soil temperature, it's the farmland temperature, humidity, and the temperature of the farmland. Rather than the soil, I'm taking the farmland environmental temperature. The soil pH basically important play a very important role in the crop grow and for the better yield. The soil pH value basically considering from the 0 to 14, when it's come between the 6.5 to 7.5, so that soil is considering as a neutral soil, which is very good for most of the crop. But when it's go beyond the 7.5 value, it is considering as an alkaline soil or the basic soil, which is not suitable for the many crops. And even the below the value of the pH below 6.5 is considering acidic soil, which is very harmful for the crop production. So maintaining the soil pH is very important, and already there are many commercial systems in the market. They have already developed such systems. Many companies have developed the systems where they are providing the value of the soil pH only, but not a single system has been developed yet where they are giving the facility to control the soil pH value through automatically or by manual methods. So here I'm trying to develop a system where the farmers can maintain the soil pH automatically or by their own involvement. So these two, and then next 2 parameters, the soil moisture and the humidity temperature parameter, I'm taking into the consideration in my work, because these 2 parameters play a very important role in changing of the soil pH. Suppose when the temperature is go beyond like 45 degree or above, so the soil pH value completely change, which is not suitable for the soil. And in case of the moisture level, if we supply the water at the irregular time interval to the soil, like the manual methods farmers in India is using the morning time and the evening time, they supply the water to the soil. So the because of the too much supply of the water, the soil pH also changes. So these 2 parameters I'm taking only for the support of this project. Here what I'm trying to do here, I'm connecting the 3 pumps to the proposed system. The first one basically used for the soil moisture level, to maintain the soil moisture level, because it is one of the parameter affect the soil pH. Second, the sprinkle water, because when the temperature of the farmland increase beyond some certain limit, so the sprinkle water pump will automatically start. and the third, which is the fertilizer pump to balance the soil pH. How this will work, I will show you later. All these three pumps switch on and off, switching in between the on and off mode manually or automatically by using the mobile app and the web-based application. And there are some crops also which they don't need any means they are capable enough to grow in any kind of the soil pH. There are the very exceptional cases but most of the crop need a proper soil pH maintenance. So here I'm doing development of the hardware with the help of the sensors, with the help of the controllers, with the help of the motors and the pumps. And the second part I'm taking in the development of the project is the web-based application. In the web-based application, I'm trying to maintain all the sensors data through the my web application, and the same data I'm trying to provide it through the mobile application. And these platforms like Blink and the ThinkSpeak platform I'm using for it. So here are the proposed system. You can see this diagram. Basic system it is. Here the three sensor you can see at the top of the code. DHT sensor, that is the humidity and the temperature sensor for the farmland. Soil pH sensor I am taking, and the soil moisture sensor I am taking. Soil moisture and the soil temperature sensor is basically for the support of the which actually makes effect on the soil pH. That's why I'm taking into the project. And these three pumps, you can see water pump, sprinkle pump, and the fertilizer pump. These pumps are connected to the relay. Here I have written the 2-channel, but I'm going to use the 4-channel relay because the 3 pumps I have to operate. And these relay pump is connected to the water tank. And if the soil moisture temperature will go some beyond the threshold value, so soil sprinkle pump will on. If the soil moisture level will go some beyond threshold value, then water pump will on. And in case when the soil pH values goes beyond the 7.5 or below the 6.5, then the fertilizer pump will on. And here is the possibility that all the sensors data, you can see these sensor data first go into the controller, then through the controller these Wi-Fi module is connected. Then with the help of this Wi-Fi module, we will able to connect it with the cloud storage that I am taking the ThinkSpeak, which is available free of cost. That's why I'm taking it for my project. And through the cloud storage, the cloud storage will also connect with the mobile application, and this mobile application I'm developing on the Blink software. So this is also a very compatible software where we can utilize connect with the cloud storage directly. And by these desktop and the mobile application, I will be able to control all these pumps manually as well as automatically. So see the water pump and the sprinkle pump, I have shown a single connection with the relay, but here the fertilizer pump I have connected in this way because the sulfur and the lime solutions I am adding into the pipe, which is also connected to the water pump. And the relay switches I have added with this connection sites you can see. And if the sulfur is required to add into the soil, so only the sulfur fertilizer, only the sulfur solution will go to the fertilizer pump. When there is a need of the lime solution, then only the lime solution will go to the fertilizer pump. So all these 3 pumps work in this way. Here the technical side, we can see the pH sensor gives the positive voltage value for the pH above in case of the 7, and when the pH value goes below the 7, it gives the negative voltage value. These positive and the negative voltage both will go to the controller side, circuit side, where it will be amplified and converted into the 5 volt voltages input. And then it's sent to the ADC controller, that is the analog to digital controller, which is connected to the controller side and converted into the digital value. By using the program, this digital value will display for the user end, and then finally it is sent to the farmers, and this is an accordingly to be taken. here are the data flow, this is the flow diagram of the project. First of all, we have to initialize the system, and there are some readings that we have to configure initially. The sensors value we have to read from the farmlands, and these sensor value goes to the controller side, and these sensors are the pH, temperature sensor, and the moisture sensor. All these sensors value will go to the controller. Controller read all these sensor value and send to the Wi-Fi module. Then Wi-Fi module check with the this threshold value, and if the threshold value is if the sensed value is below than the threshold value, then it is considering in the range, and the system will go to the further configuration. If it is not in the range, then in case if it is not in the range, then the action to be taken, and the action part will be considered like a switch on or the switch off any of the three pumps. But all the three pumps we will not operate simultaneously. Only the one pump will be operate at a one time. No? So water pump, either water pump or the sprinkle pump or the chemical fertilizer pump, we will operate as per the value of the sensor we have received at the controller side. So here are some pictures that I have already measured some value of the pH from the farmland, and the value of the pH is coming the 5.30. It's considering as a acidic soil, and it's lead the indication of there is a deficiency of the calcium, potassium, and the magnesium, these kind of the solution. So to maintain such level of the soil to be basic level, so we have to add into the lime water. So here in the solution we are providing the lime water. One reading we have taken, the pH value is 6.64. So the soil type is considering here the basic soil, and this is a very ideal condition of the soil for the crop production. So there is no action to be taken. So the next value again is the 7.40. This is again a basic soil and ideal condition is considering, and no action to be taken. Here the measure of the soil pH is 8.80. That is beyond us, above the 7. So it is an alkaline soil, and it's lead to the deficiency of the sulfur, iron sulfate, this solution in the soil. So we will supply the sulfur iron sulfate through the fertilizer pump. So here are the readings I have taken through the system which I have already developed and worked, and I have worked on the single node. In the morning you can see the temperature 22 degrees Celsius, and the soil moisture is in the range. Here at the bottom I am taking the soil moisture from the 10% to 45%, the sensor I am using, and if the 25% below the soil moisture values goes, that means the less moisture is in the soil. If it is a 25%, the moisture level is very high in the soil. So accordingly I have written here this temperature value 22 and the pH value is 6.2. so here you can see all these three pumps are remain off, but in the 9:18 in the morning the 28 degree the temperature and the soil moisture and the pH also is remain in the range. All these three pumps remain off, but it almost 10:15 in the morning the soil moisture is not in the range. It means that is beyond goes below the 25% and the temperature remains same. Sorry. Like this, the temperature is 32 degrees Celsius. At the pH value is a 6.9. So here you can see the temperature is 32 degree, which is not suitable for the crop, especially the wheat crop. And because I have applied this system on the wheat crop and the black soil. So the 32 degrees Celsius need water to maintain the proper temperature. So here the temperature motor is on, and the moisture pump motor is also on, because the moisture level goes below the 25 degree in this case.
So here the system will work like this. So all the readings I have taken from the 7:30 in the morning till 11 p.m. in the night. Likewise, this system will work, and in the 11 p.m. in the morning, you can see the moisture again in the range. The temperature is 29 degree, and the pH value is the 7.3, which is also in the range. So all the three pump will remain off throughout. So basically the conclusion is I'm trying to develop a system which is very less expensive for the farmers, where they can maintain all the parameters related to the soil, like the soil pH, soil temperature, humidity, and the soil moisture. They can handle it remotely with the help of the mobile application and web-based application also. And this project can be applicable where the GSM network is also not present, because in the large area or in the rural area also there is a lot of problem with the GSM network. That's why I'm trying to develop this system with the Wi-Fi module first. Later on I will take it to the long range communication, like the LoRa module. LoRa module or the satellite communication is also there. So my future scope of this work will be to take this work to the LoRa communication. So that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, we have Jalaluddin Rustamov, and their topic is identification of risk factors of cardiovascular diseases using association rule mining and clustering techniques. Are you here, Jalaluddin Rustamov?
Yes, I am. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can.
Can you please stop sharing your screen so I can share mine? Right. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. To all attendees and speakers, I'll be presenting my title, Identification of Cardiovascular Diseases, CVDs for short, using association rule mining and clustering techniques. First and foremost, what are CVDs? CVDs is a condition that affects the heart or blood vessels where there is a buildup of fatty deposits within arteries and increased chance of blood clots. So why do we need to place such an importance on CVDs? Unfortunately, CVDs are the leading cause of death annually, amounting to 17.9 million. There is no exact cause of CVDs. However, there are risk factors which contribute to increased chance of developing CVDs. Fortunately, if CVDs are discovered early, it can increase the chance of survival.
To access these options, expand the video menu and click Video Settings.
Traditional methods of diagnosis are electrocardiogram, also known as ECG, occultation. You may refer to the diagram on the bottom left, and manually measuring blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol levels. Unfortunately, these methods are time-consuming and costly. Given early detection of CVDs and risk factors linked to CVDs could save lives, we propose to identify the risk factors that contribute to CVDs using Framingham heart study data, using clustering and association rule mining. This research employed SEMMA methodology, where data preprocessing stage shown is equivalent to sample, explore, and modify stage of SEMMA methodology. Model development is the model stage, and assessment is the SS stage of the SEMMA methodology. We used the Framingham heart study dataset. The study involved examining the participants 3 times for angina, myocardial infarction, thrombotic infarction, stroke, or death between the years of 1948 to 1972. However, not all the variables are useful for the purpose of this paper. Therefore, we selected RAND-ID, which is a unique identifier for each participant in the study, and HOSME, which is also heart attack, MIFCHD, fatal coronary heart disease, NACHD, CVD, diabetes, stroke, hypertension, which is high blood pressure, angina for association rule mining, NCVD, H, BMI, glucose, and heart RT, which is heart rate, for clustering. So for data preprocessing, we had to deal with missing values and outliers in dataset, which could affect the result of the modeling. Therefore, we used Talent data preparation tool to deal with such values. Once the data cleaning was carried out, there were 10,110 rows remaining. Despite cleaning the data set, it is not suitable for association rule mining as it does not contain transactional data. As a result, we transformed the data set whereby the rand ID variable represents each participant and the patient ID variable represents each disease present in that participant. For example, if participant has diabetes, where diabetes equals to 1, it is recorded as patient ID equals diabetes, as you can see in the diagram below. First method we used in our paper is association rule mining. It is forecasting the occurrence of an item based on the occurrence of other items in the transaction. Transactions can be denoted in X arrow Y form. For example, there is an association between cereal and milk, which are often bought together in a single transaction. The example transaction can be represented in a cereal arrow milk form at support at 40% and confidence at 60%. This indicates that 40% of people who buy cereal and milk simultaneously, and 60% of people who buy cereal also buy milk. We employed association rule mining in our paper to discover association among risk factors. Minimum confidence and support levels for this paper were 50% because the objective is to identify risk factors, and there is a need to ensure that the rules generated from association rule mining is not by just chance. So the second method we used is clustering. It is an unsupervised learning technique. Clustering is the process of dividing the data into subsets whereby items in each subset share similar feature belong to a subset. The number of clusters was set to 3. The reasons will be discussed in the next slide. We use cubic clustering criterion, short for CCC, to find optimal number of clusters using SAS Enterprise Minor Workstation. As shown in the graph, the lowest point of the CCC plot is somewhere between 2 to 4. But based on our testing, we found that the 3 clusters were optimal as 2 and 4 clusters did not provide meaningful information. For the following graphs, the red line shows the average and blue bar chart represents the segment. As shown on the first segment, older participants had higher than average heart rate, higher BMI, and higher than average glucose levels, which were more susceptible to CVDs. As we can see in the second segment, participants with higher than average glucose levels were susceptible to CVDs. As shown in the third segment, younger participants lower than average heart rate, lower BMI, and lower than average glucose levels were less at risk of CVDs. As for the results of our association rule mining, based on the rules table generated, we can see there were 22 rules. Then we extracted the rules where CVD was on the right-hand side, as we wanted to identify the diseases which resulted in CVDs, which is also a risk factor of CVDs. Based on the first rule in the rules table shown below, any CHD arrow CVD represents if participant has heart disease, the participant is 89.47% likely also to have CVD. In addition, there is 80.95 chance participant has heart disease and CVD at the same time. To conclude our results, the result of association rule mining show that heart disease, hypertension, or heart attack are risk factors of CVDs based on this data set. Results of clustering show older age, higher BMI, high glucose levels, and faster heart rate are risk factors of CVDs. Both results are based on this data set. These are the references I used in this paper. Thank you very much for your attention and time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
I think no one has any questions.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Your presentation was really good. Next up, we have Ashwarya Babu, and their topic is hand gesture-based smart touchless system using machine learning techniques.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Aishwarya speaking. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'll share my screen. Good afternoon. My name is Aishwarya Babu, and I'm one of the authors of this paper regarding hand gesture-based smart touchless system using machine learning techniques. My other co-authors are Zaherdin Restamov and Dr. Shahzad Dureb, and we are currently from UAE University. And I sincerely thank the WCA SET for providing this opportunity. Thank you. And Dr. Shahzad Dureb obtained his PhD in computer science from 2010 from University of Rubila El Bergili in Spain, and he is currently an associate professor at UAE University. And myself, Aishwarya Babu, I am currently a research assistant at UAE University, and I've obtained my master's in AI from Hiraat University, UAE. And my other co-author, Zaherdin Restamov, he is a graduate from master's degree in data science from the University of Malaya. And regarding the topic, as you can see, the hand gesture-based touchless system is designed to overcome all the disadvantages that occurred during the pandemic situation. So hence we provided a contactless solution that follows all the social distancing norms and also provides a baseline platform that can be implemented and customized to the requirements of any industry. So in this paper, we have presented the development of a mobile application which focuses on a food ordering system that is generally based on gesture-based touchless system. And here we utilize hand gestures to follow this process. And as you can see, the aim of this paper is to develop the intelligent touchless system that offers a real-time gesture-based solution that can be implemented in multiple scenarios and different sectors based on the requirements set forth. So, and the system that we developed is currently based on the EfficientNet architecture, which is used to develop the gesture-based model. And in this paper, we have clearly defined the development of the baseline platform that offers the hand gesture-based solution, as well as provides the efficiency of various models utilizing the EfficientNet architecture for both augmented images and non-augmented images. Thank you. And this is the system methodology that we followed throughout the implementation of the model as well as for the paper. And initially the problems were identified and we created our own dataset as well as used some of the scraped images from Google Images as a part of our dataset. And we use gesture-based datasets for this application. And as you can see, the gesture-based once the dataset has been collected, we for the pre-processing, it was labeled and underwent image augmentation, which will be further discussed in the following slides. Okay, as for the data, we collected around 880 images, out of which each, as you can see, there are 8 classes for each of the gestures selected. These gestures were selected based on similarity and familiarity, and that is accessible for all age groups to easily navigate to the application. And each classes contain 110 images, and we collected these on most of the images on our own and used a few sample images from the Google Images. As for the pre-processing, we labeled all the images using the labeling tool, and which formed 880 bounding boxes in the Pascal VOC format. And for simplicity, for model training, the data was split into 800 for training and 80 for testing. And For further, as some of the picture, the image resolution was more than 2400 into 2400 pixels, we did image augmentation. And for that, we used the image albumins. It's an open source software. And after the image augmentation was done, each of the class images and the bounding boxes increased from 100 to 400 and resulting in 3,200 images in total, which was then processed for the model. As for the model development, we utilized the TensorFlow Light Model Maker library, and it was programmed in Python. And we utilized and in the study, we mainly, the model architecture is based on the efficient at light algorithms. From 0 to 4 were tested. As you can see, the efficient at light is a family of mobile-friendly object detection models. And it is a subset of the mobile net architecture, as it is compatible for the mobile application as well as provides a good object detection accuracy. And we used the models for efficient at light 0 to 4 because as each of the number increases, the complexity increases. Hence, the performance and the model size and everything and its accuracy also varies. This is further seen in our results. And for the evaluation in this study, we utilized mean average precision MAP models as well as the time in inference, which will provide better performance of the models. And for evaluation metrics, we used COCO, which is a base standard that is used for object detection. So as you can see, this is the interface design we developed. This is the landing page. And as we navigate through from each, as you can see, if you show this symbol, it navigates to the second page and so on. And as you can see in this page, we have designed the menu and everything. And based on those 8 gestures preset, each pages were designed and we were able to navigate through successfully, creating a successful application, which even provides all options such as cash, Apple Pay, credit card, and gives us an order confirmation. This is a sample platform for food ordering, as mentioned, which can be implemented in the restaurant industry. And it is the baseline platform for which can be further customized to meet the requirements of any other industry set forth. So based on the results, as mentioned, all these algorithms were tested for both non-augmented images and augmented images. As it's visible for the non-augmented images, as the complexity of the efficient at light algorithm is increasing, we get a good accuracy of near to 0.87% accuracy precision. And for the augmented images, even though the accuracy is a bit lower compared to the non-augmented, this implies that as the complexity of the augmented images increases, the performance also varies. So, and we have used IOU values of 0.5 and 0.75 to further evaluate and also provides a better overview of the trained models. As you can see here, this is the variation of both augmented and non-augmented images and its accuracy levels for each of the efficient at light algorithms from 0 to 4. And this is the overall accuracy, the average average precision value of all the models efficient at light 0 to 4.
Ma'am, you have only 2 minutes to complete your presentation.
Okay, thank you. And this is the scatter plot of the inference time against the map between the models. That shows that as the complexity of the models increases, it takes more inference time. Even though it provides, even though efficient at light 2 provides a better accuracy compared to with a better inference time, efficient DET3 light is also, all these three models all provide better performance compared to the other two. In conclusion, this is a baseline platform which provides a gesture-based smart touchless solution that can be implemented to different sectors and to different applications, and can also follow all the social distancing norms of the pandemic. So this is a revolutionizing technology that can be implemented to and can improve all the sectors while maintaining a healthy social distancing factor. And the future works can be that it can be, we can increase the number of images that can be used for the model development to further improve the accuracy of the model. And also it can be used in various sectors, which will provide or a solution that follows all the social distancing norms for that sector by keeping all both the staff as well as the customers healthy. So thank you, and I hope it was a good presentation. And any questions? Any questions?
I don't think anyone has any questions. So thank you so much, Aishwarya Babu.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Next we have Sri Shalapa Patil, and she has novel binary coded Jaya algorithm for feature selection in healthcare and evolutionary approach.
Good afternoon, one and all. Am I audible? And is the screen visible? Hello?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. Okay, I start with the presentation. Before starting with the presentation, I thank the entire organization team for giving us this opportunity to present our research work in front of you. So the title of the work is Novel Binary Coded Jaya Algorithm for Feature Selection in Healthcare, an Evolutionary Approach. The authors are Dr. Sri Shalapa Patil, Dr. Pranali Sheth, myself, Ashwini Patil, Sunil Sangwe, Sandeepan Narote, sir. So I complete biography in this slide only. So Dr. Sri Shalapa Patil is professor and my PhD guide at Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune, Maharashtra, India. I recently completed PhD under Sir and working as associate professor at Karad, Maharashtra, India. Ashwini Patil, she is team lead at Faurecia, Pune. Sunil Sangwe sir is professor at JSPM Rajashri Shahu College of Engineering, Pune. And Sandeepan Narote sir is professor at Government Polytechnic College, Pune. So, yeah. So, I first give the abstract or the gist of the paper. So feature selection is the first and important step in classification task because numerous insignificant features may mislead the classification accuracy. So for this paper we viewed a feature selection problem as a multi-objective optimization problem where we have considering maximization of classification accuracy is one of the aim, and second aim is minimization of feature subset. So basically these two objectives are contradicting each other, or these are conflicting, or there is trade-off between these objectives. So simultaneously, to solve these objectives, we have found that in the literature, we have found that evolutionary algorithms will work on this problem. So specifically, we have selected the optimization algorithm is a new SOM intelligence-based evolutionary algorithm. It is introduced by Dr. R.V. Rao sir from NIT Surat. So we have used Jaya optimization algorithm to solve the problem of feature selection in classification task. So that is the main problem statement that I have described. So contributions in this work, as we have done a very systematic survey. So the survey contains 30 papers, very significant papers from this area. So this will really help to the other researchers. Second contribution that we have proposed a binary Jaya algorithm for solving feature selection problem in multi-objectives using multi-objective scalarization method for cancer data sets such as breast cancer and lung cancer, to be specific. So after we have taken into consideration 4 evaluation parameters to evaluate our work, that is a fitness of the solution, then classification accuracy, number of features selected by our algorithm, and computational time required. So cancer diagnosis data is multidimensional data. It contains number of features, but all features are not important. So what is our aim to, if it is a breast cancer, then if a particular person is the cancer is malign or benignant. So classification is straightforward problem, and it incurs number of features where all the features are not important. So very important task is to improve the accuracy. We have to select the very significant feature. So we have to ignore not significant features. So that is the aim. So we have used multi-objective evolutionary algorithms because we have found that multi-objective evolutionary algorithms will give a set of solution as output. So that is very fit. So in this way, they fit to our problem. So then we have, through literature, we have come up with very new Jaya optimization algorithm who solved this optimization problems very efficiently. So it is introduced by Dr. R.V. Rao sir in 2011. So I am explaining Jaya optimization equation, very prime equation of Jaya optimization algorithm in very simple words. I am trying to explain. So G of I, J, K. So this is the particular solution at particular variable at particular step. So this G, I, J, K represents a cell in 3-dimensional space. So it is added with eta 1, that is a mutation, or that is a heuristic factor of evolutionary algorithm. It is multiplied to best solution in the current population, and where the current cell is negated by that best solution. So we are taking the mod of that thing minus, again, this is second heuristic factor, but now this heuristic factor is multiplied by worst of worst solution in the total population minus G of IJK. So this when this equation is evaluated, it will give us G dash of I comma J comma K, that is the updated solution. If this solution is better than the GIJK, then we are returning the, then we are taking the new solution in the population. Otherwise, we are going to retain the old solution. So that is the methodology of Jaya algorithm, which we are going to use in our proposed algorithm. So basically, Jaya is not working on binary feature space. It is working on real valued data. But in our feature selection problem, either feature is selected or not selected. So it is clear-cut binary classification problem where 0 and 1 are only the two possibilities. So G dash of IJK is 1. It will be represented as 1 if a random value, again it is randomized If random value is less than this sigmoidal equation value, and it is 0 otherwise. So this is the stand of sigmoidal transfer function in our methodology. So now the methodology. So first we start with encoding of population using random number generator. We generate population. If number of features are 70, then using random number generator we take some population. We start with some population. So in our this population, so if this is initialization of population basically, and we use 1010. One is depicting that that particular feature from the original data set is selected, and 0 indicates that that particular feature is not selected. So in this way, ultimately we get trimmed data set where all the features from the original data sets are not selected. Only the features that are taken by RNG are selected. Then we have used fitness function using scalarization method. What we are doing, we are taking this gamma and lambda as two weightage factors, and we are combining two conflicting objectives in one equation. And now our aim is, or objective function is, minimization of this equation, that is gamma into misclassification plus lambda into.
Ma'am, you will get another 1 minute to complete the session.
Okay, so this is our algorithm. So it is explained in the paper very well. So this is dataset W. We have worked on breast cancer and lung cancer. We have done parameter setting. So we have get average and best classification accuracy. See, after implementation for breast cancer, we got accuracy 93%, and for lung cancer, it is 72%, because lung cancer dataset we have taken as class imbalance dataset problem. So with respect to average number of selected, we have found average of 60% reduction in total number of features. Then evaluation results with respect to CPU computational time, we have observed that 68% decrease in CPU computational time because of in both WBCD and lung cancer data sets. So as a conclusion, a novel feature selection algorithm is proposed here. So continuous valued Jaya is converted into discrete valued Jaya. Feature selection problem is solved as multi-objective evolutionary problem. Proposed and applied and multidimensional cancer diagnosis data. So we have found enhanced performance with respect to classification accuracy, CPU computational time, and percentage reduction in number of features. So thank you. So these are references that we have referred. So thank you for giving us opportunity. So I here end with the presentation. Yes, if any questions are there, yes, we are happy to share.
Have you discovered another optimization algorithm?
Yes, in my PhD work, I have discovered totally 4 algorithms where we have used different meta heuristic techniques like Jaya. We have used ABC, PSO, and making a blend of this Jaya and some discretization formula. We have come up with this binary feature selection algorithms.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is a novel type classifier for solving class imbalance problem. I invite you, Mr. Govindarjan.
Yes. Hello, sir.
No, ma'am. Your presentation is over. I'm asking Govindarjan, some other guy.
Okay, sir. Okay. Now, shall I stop sharing my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a general announcement for all the participants that the second session is For the
इसके बाद है मेरा वाला तो
second session for the today's conference has been started. Those who are having the presentation in the technical session, second B, may join that room. I request those who are having the presentation in second B, they may join that room because we have already started here. Second B session.
Ma'am, which room? I have my presentation in second B. So, ma'am, I'll be joining this video only, no?
Ma'am, no, ma'am. Another, there is the option of breakout room there. You can click on the breakout room
breakout
1B.
Okay.
Breakout room is there. You can select the 1B. And then you
1B or
put the
2B?
link
My presentation is in
1B. That
one.
is a typing mistake. You can join 1B.
Okay, ma'am. I have to join 1B.
Yes, ma'am.
But it's a mistake because in my it's technical
Ma'am, we
session
are
2B.
getting late for this session. I request you to please join that session. We are having shortage of time. So I request you to join that breakup room 1B session. Just click on that 1B option.
How to join technical session 2A, ma'am? Can you have the link for that?
Technical section B, RRL session link, please. Ayo,
Ma'am, second A is the main session and second B is the breakout room 1B session. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm repeating this again that those who are having presentation in the evening session, the technical session, second A is the main session, and those who are having their presentation in second B, they can join the breakout room of 1B. There is a breakout room option. You can click on that option. There comes breakout room. Choose breakout room session 1B. Click on that and you will enter into the second B technical session. We have just started the presentation in that.
Excuse me. Dr. Govind Ranjan, sir. Sir, your time is over. Now we will start with another session. Now you can leave, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manish, and I welcome you all to 43rd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology. Our today's session chair is Dr. B.K. Verma. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Vasant Verma, sir. Dr. Vasant Kumar Verma is currently working as a professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Panipat. He is having experience of 19 years. He completed his doctorate from BITS Pilani. 6 AICTE STTP workshops have been organized by him. He has delivered 40 expert lectures and has published 30 patents. He owns professional memberships like IEEE, CSI, MIE, ACM, ISTE. He is senior member of SCIET and senior member of IEDRC. He was awarded with Best Researcher and Academic Award in 2021-2022 from MSME, Government of India. He received Hackathon Advisor Award in 2017. He was rewarded with Best Faculty Award in IET, Alwar, and OIST, Bhopal. He has been a reviewer of esteemed scopes, SCI journals, and 100+ international conferences and journals. He is BOS member of RNB Global University and provisional member of NBA and Troikathon, AICTE, MHRD. He is also an exam expert committee member of PTU Punjab.
So I would like to call our first author, Kiran Agarwal, and the paper title is An Analytical Study of Global Wildfires. Ma'am, are you there? Excuse me, ma'am. Kiran Agarwal, ma'am, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here. Are you able
Madam-
to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you can start now.
Yeah. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, my presentation for the day is on an analytical study of the global wildfires. My interest in wildfires is from the Californian wildfires that happen every year in California. California, by the way, is a huge base for Indians. Many Indians stay in California. So that is my interest in the topic. And what I try to do in this work is to see how we could connect the global wildfires to the prevailing conditions within the area and to remove some of the fallacies that are attached to global wildfires, like they are natural or they're good, all that. So I'm a professor in CSE at Vidya Jyoti Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. I'm a PhD in CSE from IFERP, Hyderabad. And my current interest is on smart devices. So basically, we all know that forest fires happen everywhere, but a forest fire that is too fast and that gains too much ground within a very small period of time, we call that as wildfires. And in this paper, what we've tried to do is we have tried to look at the characteristics of environment and how they are connected or not to wildfires. We've also seen how humans aid or they don't to wildfires. And we've also looked at some very easy methods that have already been applied to other domains to the topic of wildfires. So wildfires are defined as uncontrollable, fast-spreading forest fires. And they spread across a vast area in short time and therefore cause a lot of damage. And heavy winds aid to forest fires causing wildfires. And it destroys thousands of hectares of land, which causes damage to flora as well as fauna.
Hello.
Okay, when do we call a fire as a wildfire? There are two factors that determine a wildfire. One is the spreading speed and the other is height of flames. If the speed is greater than 3 meters per minute and the height of the flames is greater than 1.5, you call that as wildfires. We look at some more possibilities. We also classify wildfires as those where the forest density is either moderate or open. Very dense forests very rarely have wildfires. And terrain, if the terrain is mountainous, then the possibility of wildfires is more. Same thing applies to coniferous. I spoke about California earlier. California has a high degree of coniferous trees. So that is one more reason why it catches fire more easily. And if it is uphill, then the wildfires happen more. And if the fire size is medium and large, if the fire is located on the surface and not underground, and finally, if the fire duration is running, then we say these are all characteristics of wildfires. Now, there are a lot of people who have already worked on the concept of wildfires and the possible areas in which they have worked. So far as one is forest fire assessment, how much area was burnt, number of fires. So that work has been done. There are also designs. There are a lot of simulation tools that are available today that can simulate fire, and then we can add parameters like wind, rainfall, etc. to it in order to assess damage. So that is the second work that is being done nowadays. The third one is satellite data is being used to predict the wildfires 10 days in advance. I'll talk about that in a minute. There's also data on false fire alarms because of the factors which are used for determining fires. So that is one more possibility. And there's automated fire surveillance also with satellites, automatic classification, risk assessment, and a lot of prediction methods are being used for fires, like data mining, LIDAR, weather parameters, expert systems, etc. We also have IoT that is being introduced for the first time into areas that are not fire related. And finally, we have in the field of response time, that is once fire starts, how much time does a human take to reach the spot and to contain the fire? So the world fire analysis, we've taken the data set from global wildfire information systems. For Indian data, we have made use of One Agni portal and Indian Forest Services reports of the past 3 years. So this data set contains only 2 kinds of data. One is number of fires and the area that was burned. So it doesn't have the characteristics of other environmental features. We have added that from other sources.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you have only 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm going fast. So these are the things that we have added, and basically you can look at the sample data, the features that we have seen, the percentage area burned, whether there are volcanoes in the area, number of fires, highest temperature, so on and so forth. And this is the data that we have analyzed. This is the analysis part where we have tried to find out the correlation between each of these parameters and the fire itself. And we have noticed that wherever there are volcanoes, it is not necessarily that volcanoes will affect the number of fires in the area. We've also noticed that in countries with lower income categories, the number of fires are more, which points towards human involvement. And we have seen that Africa was the country with the highest number of forest fires. And we have not seen any correlation between the temperature of a country and the number of wildfires. So these are some of the observations. We have tried to relate between COVID-19 and wildfires. We've noticed that in 2019, somehow the area that was burnt goes down somehow from 19 to 20 onwards. So this is possibly a pointer. It is not specific. We'll have to do some more data studies on it. If we take the forest fires in India, this is again from the Forest Department. See that from November 2019 to June 2020, that was a COVID time, the forest fires goes down drastically. So this is again a pointer. Again, if you go to 2020 to 2021, it is very high. So this is also a pointer to possible human intervention in the forest fires. Today, the current efforts are that we are using 2 satellite systems, and within them we are using 2 sensors. The one is modest sensor, and this is placed inside Terra and Aqua. And what it does is it tries to look at the temperature difference between 2 areas, and thus it determines the fire. And its range is only 1 kilometer. There's one more sensor called as VIRS, Visible Infrared Imaging Radio Meter suit, that is also used by many countries. And it is able to detect fires within a range of 375 meters. The problem with these 2 systems is that they orbit an area, a country, only twice a day. So that is a problem. If the fire starts in between, then what? So that is a problem. And the minimum area coverage is 375 square meters. You cannot imagine a fire starting at that range. Fire usually starts with a spark. So our solution to this is, for any forest, we have, along with these 2 sensors, we also have an automated sprinkler system, drones, humidity, fire and moisture sensors, and also LoRaWAN, which is long range wide area networks. We use this as our smart wildfire management system. And you see the circles here, the circles represent sprinklers. So these sprinklers will be enabled once a sensor detects that the temperature is high, not necessarily fires. Now this ground level sprinkler system detects high temperature, then it starts. So this is one more possibility. We could also have drones. Nowadays, drones are very cheap. We could have drones all over the forest, and there's a fire, we can immediately start the drone this is already being used in the irrigation system. The challenges with this is that it is not self-sustaining. No government wants to spend so much, though that no government wants to spend so much on the process of preventing forest fires. So that would be a problem, and IoTs have to be safeguarded because they are very small devices, and also forest personnel will have to be trained on how to maintain the hardware. And concluding this paper, we have done 4 things. One is we have tried to find the various features of wildfire, the correlation between them, how they affect the number of fires and the area burned. And then we have seen the changes in patterns of forest fires during COVID-19. We have looked at the current strategies for wildfires, and we also specified a set of new strategies that can be used, which have already been used in the agricultural sector for prevention of and mitigation of wildfires. These are the references we have used. Thank you. Is there a doubt?
Thank you, Kiran ma'am.
Yeah. Are there any doubts?
If anybody has any question, then they can ask. All right, seems like nobody has a question, so we will move further. Dr. Vasant Kumar Verma sir is here, so I would like to introduce sir. Dr. Vasant Kumar Verma is currently working as a professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Panipat. He is having 19 years of teaching experience. He completed his doctorate from BITS Pilani. 6 AICTE STTP workshops have been organized by him. He has delivered 40 expert lectures and has published 30 patents. He owns professional memberships like IEEE, CSI, MIE, ACM, ISTE. He is senior member of SCIET and senior member of IEDRC. He was awarded with Best Researcher and Academic Award in 2021 and 2022 from MSME, Government of India. He received Hackathon Advisor Award in 2017. He was awarded with Best Faculty Award in IET, Alwar and OIST Bhopal. He has been a receiver of esteemed SCOPS, SCI journals and 100+ international conferences and journals. He is BOS member of RNB Global University and provisional member of NBA and Toygathon AICTE MHRD. He is also an exam expert committee member of PTU Punjab. I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Our next author is Jaskaran Singh Walia, and the paper title is Vulnerability Analysis for Catches Using Deep Learning.
Is my screen visible? Hello?
Yeah, it's visible and you are audible too.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aryan. Me and my author Jaskaran Singh Walia, we are second year BTech students from Vellore Institute of Technology, Chennai. So our project is on vulnerability analysis for CAPTCHA detection using deep learning. So CAPTCHAs, that stands for completely automated public. Okay. So as I was saying, CAPTCHAs are a type of verification to identify whether the end user is a human or a robot. Most prevalent CAPTCHAs are usually text-based and designed to be easily recognized by humans and are unable to be solved by robots. but then there are certain algorithms available on the internet that makes it easier for the robots to crack into the CAPTCHAs. So the purpose of this research is to investigate the flaws and vulnerabilities in the CAPTCHAs and to make more resilient CAPTCHAs if there are any vulnerabilities. So to achieve this, we have used CAPNet, a convolution neural network. The proposed platform can evaluate both numerical and alphanumerical CAPTCHAs. In this project, we have used two types of approach. One is segmentation based, and the other one is non-segmentation based. So in the segmentation based, we have taken individual account of each letters in the CAPTCHA and then classified it based on that. So we have done research based on that. And in the non-segmentation based, we have taken the entire CAPTCHA as a whole, and then based on that, we have predicted the vulnerability of the CAPTCHA. So we tried 3 different models for this. One is VGG16, AlexNet, and CAPNet. CAPNet turned out to be the one that gave us the best accuracy with a state-of-the-art accuracy of over 96% on training and 94.67% on testing and data. The dataset that we have used are from Python library. Python has a particular library that generates default data. So our model, we have tested it on other CAPTCHAs available on the internet as well, and we have got a very good result. The model architecture of our project is as seen. We have used multiple convolution and max pooling layers at the start to avoid overfitting. And then coming to the end of the paper, this research paper at the end, what we found out is we found a particular way through which we could analyze different types of CAPTCHAs, and then we could get the vulnerabilities of them. See, most of the websites right now use CAPTCHA. Many government websites, many official websites use CAPTCHAs for the safety. There are many internet threats that are being on the websites. Many bots use multiple sign-ins. So to avoid that, CAPTCHAs are being used, but not all CAPTCHAs are safe. So our model predicts the vulnerability of the CAPTCHA, and if there is any deficiency in the particular CAPTCHA, then we could provide an optimal solution for it. Thank you. Anybody has any doubts?
Yeah, Aryan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are using CAPTCHA for the verifying the particular person, like, because right now CAPTCHA, because most of the security provisions, they are avoiding to the particular part CAPTCHA. They are moving to some other like.
Yes, that's the reason. So most of the websites have CAPTCHA right now, but not all CAPTCHAs are vulnerable. Like there are many bots available on the internet. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I was saying there are many bots available on the internet with different algorithms that could break into the CAPTCHAs. So that's why websites are avoiding them. So that's what our research is based on. So our project usually takes the CAPTCHAs and checks the vulnerability of it and checks if a bot can break it. Like there are some strong CAPTCHAs which no algorithm on the internet can break easily. So our model tests it and then provides optimal solution if there is any the problem in the CAPTCHA.
In any particular algorithm you have to use that
yes, to check the CAPTCHAs, like I said, we did 2 types of way. One is segmentation based and non-segmentation based. So in the segmentation based, we took individual letters from the CAPTCHA, say alphanumeric letters, any of the letters in the CAPTCHAs, we took individually and then tested it out whether it could be recognized. And then in the non-segmentation based, we took the entire CAPTCHA as a whole and then classify and then we ran our analysis on that. And combining both of them, we predicted the vulnerability of CAPTCHA. So we tried 3 different models, and CAPNet is a model which is a deep learning model that gave us the better accuracy.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
Do we have any more questions from the audience? All right, we'll move further then.
All right, thank you so much.
Our next author is Rashmi Katie, and the paper title is Review of Discrete Methodologies for Social Network Analytics Towards Crowdsourcing Management. Ma'am, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Can I share the screen?
Yes.
Can you see the screen, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible.
So good afternoon, everyone here. So my title of this paper is a review of discrete methodologies for social network analytics towards crowdsourcing management. Basically, it is a survey paper and try to outline the basic main things in this paper. Try to introduce myself, Rashmi Ketik. I am doing my research in Reva University and I am currently working as a assistant professor in Institute of Technology in Bangalore. So coming to the abstract, just what is the brief review of this paper is, mainly my paper insists on social network analytics combined with integrated crowdsourcing, how it can be efficiently used for the information propagation during the disaster management. So my research title is, I'm doing research in image classification and detection. Basically, the images are natural calamities data. So I try to survey different topics related to this title, so how can we use effectively social network for collection of the data by using crowdsourcing platform. So with the increasing use of social network, today's we are using more and more social network, and also it is very helpful in the information propagation time of emergency. So there is a lot of approaches are developed to improve the information propagation using a social network. And at the same time, there is also very more attention towards alternative and non-conventional usage of crowdsourcing in order to further convey processing of different services and data. So this paper tried to review different approaches of data processing, different methods to process the social media data, and also to explore the applicability of a social network. How can it be integrated with crowdsourcing to effective propagation of the data? So just to give introduction, what is social network and what is crowdsourcing here. So social network is mainly, hello. Hello, sir. Can I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. So just try to introduce what is the how can social network I'm using in my research topic. So the information propagated in social media, basically different type of images, text, and audio. So mainly I take a focus on the social network for critical information propagation, that is the disaster images of natural calamities data, where the information is considered as events of natural calamities. In real life environment, the information about natural calamities are primarily reported either by victim or some eyewitness of event. However, this information normally in the form of image is completely dependent on the capacitive circle of user, and also more chances that the critical information is less understood by the user. At also same time, it is manually impossible to determine the criticality of the natural disaster. So the proposed paper, the solution towards this challenge by developing a model so to understand the critical of the events and also classify it according to the types of the calamities. Just like to introduce what is the crowdsourcing and how it is I'm using in this my research topic. So crowdsourcing basically in social media, it's a process of collecting ideas and services with the help of contributors that is socially connected. So basically a crowd is refers to third parties. They are unrelated to the business, but they are contributing by their work. So in real words, you ask the people for ideas and opinions on particular topic and use that information to feed our product development or any other work. The large amount of ways to tap the wisdom of the crowd online, and also like now newer topic is crowdfunding. There are various challenges. This paper discuss about what is the crowdsourcing, what are the various challenges and how it can be effectively used for the information propagation. Just this is a proposed framework for my research title where how I combine social network with crowdsourcing platform. Basically here, so I'm related to concerned about the social media data, how it can be effectively used to information propagation during the disaster time. So here, basically different nodes represent the different people, event 1, event 2, and their data is collected. And normally it is in an unstructured form, so labeling has to be done. It's just a framework, just a plan. And therefore, and after this, it is some measurement algorithm will be used to classify it and detect it. Hello?
You have only 2 minutes to complete the presentation.
Okay. And related to this, different paper reviews about different analytic methods to process the social media data. Basically, I would outline 3 methods, that is text mining approach, NLP-based approach, and ML approach. So in a text-based approach, basically it's a conventional method of data analysis where the data is collected from the social media, which is normally in unstructured form, and some pre-processing is done to convert into structured form, and different analysis steps are applied to it to get the knowledge gathered from the collected data. So basically, in NLP approach, it has a capability to extract the logical meaning of the text as well as spoken words. It does it by integrating deep learning models as well as the rule-based scheme of human language with computational linguistics. And it is useful in very large areas like speech recognition and other fields also. So the prime reason for adaptation of NLP, what I reviewed in these different papers, is it is easier to implement and is assisting structuring high structured data source, and it has increased accuracy, and it offers reduced processing time and also offers human-friendly interaction. So in ML approach, basically it has been evolved out at automate the most of the English system. And what is the information shared by the crowdsourcing in normal? It's like a complex format text and ML approaches can significantly assist in to classifying the data. And majority of the ML methods what are reviewed related to data analytics are characterized. Basically, it includes some basic steps like pre-processing of the data, selection of the significant features, reduction of the data side, and representation of procedure, and finally classifying it. So what this classification will do, it will map the pattern and data labels into the process of execution. So, and also in this paper, review different how the crowdsourcing has been evolved and what are the different existing crowdsourcing techniques that will be helpful for the future research. So in recent years, the concept of crowdsourcing has been evolved as a brainstorming approach where the jobs are assigned to people connected to internet to complete, and which will definitely reduce the company's production cost. And in 2023, that is LB Ann and his team member to, hello.
Ma'am, you will be given another 1 minute to complete your presentation. After this, we will having question answer round. Okay. Another 1 minute.
Okay. So just to try to enforce what are the existing techniques, commercial existing tools of crowdsourcing. So many currently platforms are available where the participant can be either rewarded or work is assigned to people, and after doing the work, they will be rewarded or volunteered. And the Turkit facilitates commercially available tools are Turkit. It facilitates the iterative task and human computation algorithm. And there is one more is Amneter. It is created by Amazon. It allows people to work for human intelligence. And also we have one more Turcomatic specific crowdsourcing tool that enables various individuals to collaboratively design and implement workflows with real-time visualization and customer interface. So just I try to the important one, and so many other platforms are available. Just I try to outline the important one tools, existing tools. These are some references. So basically it is a white paper where I reviewed the different techniques for data analytics and also so different and how the crowdsourcing has been evolved and what are the existing tools of crowdsourcing. Thank you, sir.
Now we will begin with question answer round for 2 minutes.
Rashmi?
Yes, sir.
Human intelligent task, what is the role of HIT in the particular NLP system?
So it is less, mainly it is machine related, sir. Human here less, it is actually basically the disadvantage in is user interface not provided in this one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? All right, so
Okay.
we will proceed further.
Thank you.
Now our next author is Gautam Naidu, and the paper title is E-Healthcare System Secure E-Horse Sharing Using Cloud.
Sir, please begin with your presentation. Gautam Naidu, sir, are you there?
Take this. Vasudev.
Okay. Continue. Conclusions. First conclusion, it was possible to diagnose the current emotional stability. The students of the Educational Institute I.E. Julio Armando Ruiz Vázquez. Second conclusion, the virtual companion expert system was designed on the Common methodology to improve post-pandemic emotional stability in students of the I.E. Julio Armando Ruiz Vázquez. Third conclusion, the virtual companion expert system was below the USA language as DML, PHP.
Hello. Gladly.
Yes, Gladys.
Ma'am, may we know your paper title? Your paper title?
Please.
May we know your paper title? Muhammad Asma. Next is Muhammad Asma. May we know your paper title gladly?
Okay.
Are we audible to you?
Sorry.
Our next author is Muhammad Asma, and the paper title is Enhanced Environment and Effective Usage of Controlled Environment in Wireless Sensor Network Application.
Mohammed Asma, are you there?
Next Google.
Our next author is Karthikeyan Umesh, and the paper title is Product Price Rate Detection Using Regression Models and Shopping Assistant.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, please share your screen.
Yeah, I am Karthikeyan Umesh. I'm going to share the screen.
Is the screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karthikeyan Umesh, and I am the author of the paper Product Price Rate Detection Using Regression Models and Shopping Assistant. I'd like to first tell an introduction about myself. I am a final year student from Computer Science Engineering in New Horizon College of Engineering in Bangalore. And I have previously published one paper, and this is my second paper publication. And the first paper I published was analysis of use of big data in Google, where I was interested in how data was getting used in terms of lot of data by Google. And now I am more interested in machine learning, and that being the future of computer science. And this project of mine, or the introduction of it, would be basically, we all know that we've been using Amazon, Flipkart to buy a lot of products online. And ever since this COVID struck, India has been one of the most, has seen the highest spike in online shopping, and it's not going to slow down anytime. So there is one thing which the people of the sellers are making use of this kind of a spike, is what they're doing is whenever there is a festival or there is a sale day, the previous days they completely increase the price to a ridiculous amount and then lower the price on the sale day to show us that we've got more discount. But that's not right to the consumer. And for that reason, there was a solution called Keepa, which is a price tracker, which is the existing system, which is like this. So most of it, like you can see that the price is increased and then decreased. You can see the way it is being done. But what I would want to take into this new world is not just to have something where you can see the previous data. And if there is so much data which can be tracked and you kept at rest, why can't we use that data for use? And that is why I wanted to try this project where there's price prediction. So whenever a person logs into the account and then is trying to browse for a product, and like let's say if the product is added into the data set which we can take out, then it will analyze the previous prices, and based on lasso regression and linear regression, as of now I've used linear regression, but there is more probability in lasso regression, and through that we can actually find out the almost like 80 to 70% at least for now accurate prices of the products in the future. And using this, it's not like we're only going to find out the higher prices or the lower prices, but imagine we can predict the next year's sale day price of iPhone 13 this year. That can give people a lot of help for people who are saving money to buy larger amount of appliances. Like this will not be the best suited for small or less amount of price. These are suited for more products which can stay along in the market and have a high price mark. And that is one of the features, and we're trying to include another two features where we have a universal basket. So we know the problem that everyone has been gathering, we've been using Amazon basket or the shopping basket or Flipkart shopping basket, and there are websites like Trivago where we can see the comparison of different prices. But I don't think so there is any basket where we can go to any website and add the product into a basket and have a universal basket of what and all products you're buying. And in that case, we can even predict the prices of the products and directly compare and then see and suggest. Like our chatbot API would suggest that if you can buy the product in like after 30 days or after 2-3 months, the price will definitely go lower, and by what percentage it will go lower. And this is the kind of proposed system I'm trying to bring in. And now you might be thinking, like, how will it exactly work? So there are many research papers also, but implementations also about the housing market prediction. That's a famous one. I think everyone would have heard it. And also the stock market prediction.
Sir?
Now,
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you have only 2 more minutes to complete the presentation.
Sure. So especially with the stock market prediction, there is housing market can be done in linear regression as well. But stock market prediction, I don't think linear regression will work that much because the prices vary much more faster. And if you take the products on Amazon and Flipkart, the prices will vary much faster the same way. And that is why lasso regression on stock market prediction had given previously this much accuracy, where the real values are the blue and the orange values are the predicted, and it was almost touching it, like very close. And the highest amount of accuracy I've seen in every algorithm was only by lasso regression, which is the least absolute regression model. And hence, with this model, there will be less number of errors as well and more accurate data. So I would like to conclude the fact that this is a literature survey done on the different kind of regression models I can use to try to predict prices, and also to make this as my final year project. This is the phase 1 of my final year project, and I hope to complete the second phase as well by another 2-3 months. And I would like to conclude my project in that way. Thank you.
Karthikeyan?
Yes, sir.
Stock price prediction. Suppose I need a stock price prediction tomorrow. What things I have to need for that particular?
The features. Yes, sir. The features would be the Nifty 50 data. Nifty 50 is the stock price which is getting updated every day, sir, in National Stock Exchange in Mumbai. So the Nifty 50 data will be basically based on first thing current world news like gold, silver, and gold, silver, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies. These will be one of the features, and the next features will be oil prices, war, and all of these. But this is for stock price prediction. But if we take it for online price prediction, like in Amazon, Flipkart, the features would be the festival dates, like Amazon Great Indian Sale, Diwali Sale, and all of these dates, as well as the for example, I'm trying to take it for the mobile phones and iPhones, like iPhone market. And for that, it would be the software release dates. And the same thing goes to the iPhone launches, those dates, and silicon prices. These are some of the features which will make the data set depend on and divide.
Suppose my prediction is 98%, right? Okay. So how much accuracy can you assume that to particular this prediction?
No, in terms of using linear regression, the accuracy would be definitely lesser, sir. Like even I tried using linear regression on iPhone prices, and it was around only 50 to 60%. And the way to increase the accuracy is to give more data, sir. Like you said, the accuracy can be even 19%. So to increase it, we need to give it more data and to feed it with more past data. And that can be only done using products which have been staying longer in the market in terms of my project.
Good. As a student, you are learning a lot of things. Good.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
बाहर वाला में हो गया फंसा अंदर वो स्टार बार वाला है क्या? मैं सो बैठे
Anyone, any doubts?
Do we have any more question? All right, we will move further.
Now our next author is Shubham Aghav, and the paper title is Synthetic Data Generation of Urban Floods for Computer Vision Applications.
Yeah, you are audible.
So I will be presenting my work on generating synthetic data. I am from Maharashtra Institute of Technology, University, Pune. So, due to flood, climate change, the frequency of urban floods has worsened in many places around the world, and also because of poor urban planning and poor infrastructure, it has exacerbated the damage done in the urban environment. And to develop the computer vision application, first we need a good amount of data for it, diverse amount of data. But as I was researching, I didn't get a good amount of data. So I proposed, I used computer graphics concepts to and procedure generation to generate synthetic data of urban floods. So this is the map of the world where the urban floods, the population exposed to the medium level floods. And as you can see, Southeast Asia and South Asia have a large amount of urban population living in urban area, and because of poor infrastructure and urban planning, they are exposed to such kind of risk. So this is my system architecture for generating data generation. What I would use is OpenStreetMap data, use that as a blueprint for a blueprint, and use procedural building generation algorithm to generate building, and applying a fluid simulation. And using part tracing rendering engine, I would render the images, and using the Python API that I created that interacts with the geometry inside the this environment. It's stored to the local storage. So this is OpenStreetMap. It's a tool builder community to maintain various kinds of data like roads, building, and hospitals. And we can use this data that is available freely and for the research purposes to get the blueprint, to get the building footprint, because the building footprints. And this is a building footprint I extracted using that. As you can see, it's not exactly accurate, but it does the work, because we don't want it to be extremely accurate. We want to maintain the privacy and the confidentiality of some of the environments, so as to not invade the privacy of the people living there or the critical infrastructure that shouldn't be exposed. So what I use for procedure generation is geometry nodes. It's a kind of visual programming language just recently launched around 1.5 years ago in Blender. So what it does is, it's a to know what geometry is, first you have to know what a modifier is. A modifier is a polymer description that manipulates the geometry inside the Blender, and it's a executes a predefined algorithm. Using geometry nodes, we can create our own recipe, create our own algorithm to how we can manipulate geometry. So here I use these geometry nodes to create buildings on the footprint that I extracted from OpenStreetMaps. So to generate buildings, what you need is not many things. Just you need ground, like ground floor walls, middle floor walls, and roof. And using the geometry nodes, we can create realistic buildings from it. And for fluid simulation, I use FlipFluid, which was developed by Marcus. And it's a not a fluid simulation that uses Weber equations. It uses the idea, the insight about how the fluids work. Like if suppose the fluids is in a water simulation, if the particles are above the surface, it would characterize as it's spray. If it's a particles below the surface, it would characterize as bubble, and if it's on the surface, it would characterize as foams. So using this insight, they developed this algorithm of FlipFluid, and they were able to, with good accuracy and
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
So you have only 2 minutes more to explain to complete the presentation.
Okay. So this has decreased the computational cost usually caused by the fluid simulation. These are the equations used to determine whether the spray is on the surface, above the surface, or below the surface. And this is the part tracing algorithm that I'm using. It uses Monte Carlo technique, a statistical model technique that does the sampling of rays that is emitted from the object to emitted from the camera to the object, which then is and the light source. This gives us a really good realistic shadows and lighting effects. And I use Blender Python API to interact with the geometry inside the environment. And this is the algorithm for the
program I used to interact with. And this is the result of my work. As you can see, the buildings that are generated procedurally using the footprint from the environment. These actors that you see are from internet, and this is the fluid simulation. As you can see, the sprays are above the surface, so it automatically classifies that as a spray. If particles are above the surface, they are below the surface, they are characterized as bubbles, and they are then saved in testing, training, and well, these 3 different directories. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
You are using synthetic data in your to controlling the flood and like. So is it? Do you think that is it okay for that to getting the good result or accurate result with the help of synthetic data?
Yes, because since recent development in computer graphics, the algorithm developed make it very realistic to develop synthetic data, and the reflection from the geometry, we can get pretty accurate. As you can see from my conclusion, it's not extremely accurate, but if there is a better computational resource, we can get a pretty accurate synthetic data and use that to train the model. And you can use the real life data with this kind of data to augment data augmentation technique to make a better computer vision models.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now, our next author is Ashutosh Deshpande, and paper title is Wise Investor Aiding Stock Market Investment Decisions.
Hello, am I audible and my screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let's start with the presentation. My name is Ashutosh Deshpande. I've been guided by Sudhabin Garkar ma'am. My title is Wise Investor in Stock Market Investment Decisions. So today we are going to see biography, these 9 points: biography, abstract, introduction, aim, objective, proposed solution, and the GUI that we have created for this. The biography, I'm mainly a data science analytics master student at MIWPU Pune with 2 years of professional experience as well. And Sudha ma'am is a assistant professor at MIWPU. She has more than 17 years of experience and has received a PhD in cloud computing. So what is stock market? As we all know, as we are all aware and have seen many of the systems, the stock market is an entity which facilitates buying and selling of stocks in all of the publicly held companies for the shares, like for the shareholders. In the current world where the pandemics and other situations are imminent, there is like this. So there's fear in the market for the investment, and to mitigate this gap, we have tried to build a system for ourselves using bidirectional STM for price prediction, borrowed official algorithm, the fundamental and technical analysis of the company, and putting through an informed decision through visually for the user to understand. Here we have used the past 20 years of data for the better and relevant analysis, and we were able to achieve the R2 score of 96% and MSC of 8.58. Hello, anybody? Okay. Okay.
The phone is busy.
Sorry. You want me to hold? Hello. Can I go ahead? Okay, I'll go ahead. So what is stock market as we've seen? So the stock market analysis mainly consists of 2 major types: the fundamental and the technical analysis. The fundamental analysis is mainly related to the balance sheet, static initiatives, the macroeconomic indicators, and the consumer behavior. The technical analysis is mainly for the chart analysis and all of these, the statistical trends and everything. Our main objective was to combine all of these, the statistical analysis, that like from the technical analysis, the fundamental analysis, and all of the content from the price prediction from the machine learning model, and put it in one way, because the general price prediction happens all over the market, where there's one model of like used for multiple companies, but we have tried to personalize every company's stock price prediction differently and showcased it. Our main proposed solution incorporates these three things: the price prediction, the technical analysis, and the fundamental analysis. This is the architecture. Here we can see the data sourced from Y-Finance. Y-Finance provides both the data, the price data as well as the fundamental data. So both of the things we have taken from there. We have scaled it and then passed it through the YLSTM model to get the predicted price. And the fundamental data of the company is also taken, and all the parameters of EPS, debt to equity, market cap, price to book ratio, all of these are taken. The indicator list here, the EMA, SMA, MACD, RSI. So these are the indicator list. Like we have multiple, like more than 20 indicators that we have taken, and all of the pre-processing is the main category. The pre-processing happens like these are taken, and all of these are calculated for all of the price that we have got, and based on the signals of those, we are passing it to Boruda precision algorithm to select the optimal indicators and get the final signal from the majority buying, selling, or holding from it. The ML algorithm that we have used is bidirectional LSTM, because it keeps eliminates the problem of preservation of information from the future state, and also provides a rigid status of it to work with. The YLSTM is because it helps in making the use of information from both the directions, as the input flows from both directions here, and based on the layers, we reverse the information flow of the direction, and the sequence of the input flows backwards to the extra LSTM layer. Then the output is combined for the output layer, actually. So so what happens? So after we get the price from the BiLSTM, hello, yeah.
Sir, you have only 2 more minutes to complete the presentation.
Sure. Okay. So technical analysis and the fundamental analysis, we take these and we take the parameters that we have provided. It's the 70s over about 30s over sold. So these we capture, and based on that we filter all of the data and put it in the Boruda precision algorithm, because here it tries to capture the shadow features of it, and then tries to correlate both the things to see if we are similar to the shadow features as well or not. And based on it gives us the final features. Here are the results, the data power that we have used. So we were able to achieve 96% DAR2 score. The predicted price is 218 here, that we can see. The RMS is 8.58, and the fundamental, the conclusion, the technical conclusion, and the investment conclusion. So the same for Tata Motors. We were able to achieve 97% of accuracy here, and the conclusion was Y. Here we have like developed the Streamlit GUI for it. Here by which we can put all of the things like from the GUI, like to not make the user confused in any of this content, and showcase it very efficiently. So that's how I conclude my presentation. Here we have tried to identify all the systems and tried to incorporate everything at one place for the user to have a nice approach for this. Here's the appendix. Thank you. Yep. Any questions? Yes, sir.
You are using LSTM, this particular.
Yes.
Why not you have to use RNN?
Sir, RNN I've tried actually. So based on our model, actually, what happens is the data that we are currently getting is not like all of the companies at once, actually. So like currently we are getting one company at a time. But what we have seen in the many papers and all of the content that we have gone through is that they take all of the data at once, and then they provide and they create a model as a generalized model for all of the companies. But what that creates is a little bit confusion, and it's not consistent. So for every company, the data might be different. The output of it might be different. So that's why we try to use the bidirectional LSTM for it, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah.
Now our next author is S. Murugavali, And the paper title is Insurance Claim Fraud Prediction Web App Using Machine Learning Flask Web Framework.
Ma'am, hello?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I am one of the co-author, ma'am. My Miss Murgali, ma'am, is not available there. So, can I start the session, ma'am? Hello?
Yeah, please start.
Okay, one second. Is screen visible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Our title name is Insurance Claim Fraud Prediction Web App using ML and Flash Web Framework. So, my author is Mugrali and myself is Mohammed Anish and Balaji and Samaran, my co-team members. As said, Ms. Murugali working at Mission College of Technology, and we are myself and my co-team members pursuing third year at Mission College of Technology. Now we are going to see about the aspect of our project. Fraud. What is fraud claims? When a person makes a false claim to get a benefit, is called as insurance claim. So many insurance companies have used us by using this. So we use this project to overcome the fraud claims. With the ML, we can use some ML algorithms like random forest, XGBoost classifier, logistic regression, several methods, and SVM canon also. For our front end development, we use HTML and Flask. What purpose we use Flask means both front end and back end to connect. So that's why we're using Flask. And this is our description. Insurance fraud covers the range of improper activities which an individual may commit in order to achieve a favorable outcome from the insurance company. And after that, in system analysis, existing system uses two algorithms like lots of algorithms and a logistic regression, maybe they are softmax regression algorithm. This insurance client predict is not an easy task. So we can use some ML algorithms to predict the insurance plans. Here is the logistic regression we use to predict the target variable. And accuracy of up to 78% accuracy we get, and support vector machine. Main purpose of support methods we use means we create the best line. Best in because when the project meets an extreme vectors, then to the extreme method we can identify whether its insurance claim is correct or not. And after the proposed system, we use random forest algorithm and XGBoost algorithm. Random forest algorithm means is combines of different decision tree algorithms. Based on voting purpose, we can identify whether the fraud is correct or not. And XGBoost, we mainly use XGBoost algorithm. Why means it's a gradient boost tree algorithm. It's easy to create a target where by combining ensemble method. We know that what is ensemble means. It's a combine of different ML algorithms. Using this, we got 91 to 96%. And after this is the working process of random forest and XGBoost algorithm. And this is our app step-by-step process. First, we understand the problem.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, you have only 2 more minutes to complete the presentation.
Okay. And we get the input from the user to the EDA. EDA we can analyze. EDA is export the data analysis. After that, we create a ML model based on our project. So we use random forest and XGBoost. After that, we create a HTML and CSS after we deploy on the model. And this is also our step-by-step process for app development. And this is our web model app. we include some of the fields in here, like number of vehicles are involved, number of witness are internal incident, like that. After this is our AWS architecture. We already upload our project into AWS Amazon Web Service. This is our AWS to which using these Platter clusters and EC2, we can easily find our fraud predictions. After this is our conclusion, right? Using this web app, we lowers the claim handling cost, efficiency manages crime severity, and reduction in fraud investigation expenses. Our future scope. With the help of predictive analysis, we can accurate more results by some missing agents. And after that, this is our appendix code. And lastly, Danforth. Right. Hello.
Dr. Vasant, sir, are you there for the questions?
Yeah, Murgali?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You are using insurance claim like a fraud prediction, or like you are trying to stop that such type of fraud.
Yes, sir.
In the India, a lot of hospitals, doctors are involved such type of like to the particular insurance claim, and so how will you stop that such type of activity, because you are to predicting.
Sir, we can't able to stop fully, sir, but we are using some machine learning algorithms to predict the possibilities of at least 70 to 80% whether the data is correct or not. We can able to find out that, sir. So that we are using some of the algorithms, logistic regression, naive-based algorithm, softmax regression algorithm, support vector machine, linear regression. Out of that, we are choosing only 2 algorithms to predict that particular data accuracy level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Next, our author is Atharva Vishal, and the paper title is AR, a visual aid for classrooms.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So our paper title is Augmented Reality as a Visual Aid for Classrooms. Me and my co-authors are final year students at New Horizon College of Engineering at Bangalore. And this research paper is our survey paper regarding the use of augmented reality in classrooms. First of all, we know how our traditional classrooms are. There's blackboard methods, there's whiteboard methods, there's even smart boards these days. But how are our teachers teaching us? They teach us with the help of these methods that are already at their disposal. And these methods, frankly speaking, are becoming archaic and are not able to impart the same level of education as they were able to decades ago. Students nowadays rely more on YouTube or external sources to get their education, as sometimes they find it difficult grasping onto the concept, or they have trouble just understanding what's going on in the class. So we propose a system for using augmented reality that will aid them in their education in the classroom itself. They can use and view models of predetermined stuff. For example, a teacher is trying to teach a stack operation, which a student might not be able to understand with the help of a simple code flow or a diagram on a board. But using our application, or our proposed project at least, they'll be able to visualize these stack operations or happening in front of them. Now, this is just one example. The same can be applied to Turing machines, stack operations, queue operations, any other data structure methods, as well as in pre-primary education for viewing of flora or fauna, or even a model of solar system. They will be able to view this model in augmented reality, which is a form of mixed reality, in front of them, and they will be able to interact with it. Now, we have seen augmented reality over the years. It has developed a lot. Initially, it was just used by aeronautical industry, or even space development organizations. NASA uses this, Boeing uses this to model their planes and their models and view how they would react to real world conditions in real time. Now we are trying to implement this in classrooms. We wouldn't need that level of hardware or that level of testing, but this would aid the students in visualizing essentially. Now we have gone through a lot of papers that gave us a few conclusions. A few of them were case studies, a few of them were health impacts on the people, and a few of them also indicated the drawbacks and what it would take to set up such a system in the classrooms. What we learned majorly is augmented reality testing has been happening for a long time. There have been studies in Hong Kong, there have been studies in Kuwait. And what we noticed is the students who are really young, so basically pre-primary students, they obviously have problems with their finer motor skills and need more help using such applications. But students in the prime age of 12 to 18, they are really our target audience, and they have been known to use the augmented reality effectively. When it comes to the health load or the cognitive load while using such applications, some argue that the cognitive load is too much and others argue that it is manageable.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
So you have only 2 minutes more to complete the presentation.
Sure. I'll just fast forward it. Either way, cognitive overload, it may cause cognitive overload, it may not cause, but it again depends on the audience that were being tested on. When we take the example of the kindergarten students in Kuwait, we found out that the control group that was using the augmented reality application were able to produce much better results and much faster when compared to the one that were using standard mode of education. Apart from this, the challenges that augmented reality may face in a classroom are acceptance, whether the students will accept it as their learning method, whether the teachers will be comfortable. So there is a significant amount of capital involved that will be required to set such a system up. And the teachers will also be needed to train. So once all that is done, this can act as a very good, a supplement for education essentially. We have also looked into specialized hardware. A paper mentioned FlexiC that had a micro projector in the glasses that was able to project such AR models. And that's about it. Any questions?
Okay. Lakshmi, Atharva.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have developed some augmented reality to the particular.
We are working on it, sir. It should be tentatively done by Jan end. This is our survey paper.
On the classroom, why you have to choose classroom? Because AR/VR is a good result in the tourism, travel, some other sports like tourism, traveling, something like that. In this particular area, AR/VR is a good for that. Why?
Yes, sir. So your question is why the classroom, sir? Actually, we ourselves, when we were studying, we were having trouble visualizing these concepts. And when we were thinking of a topic, this was the most apparent one that came up to us. And this was the problem we decided to go ahead and solve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, our next author is Lakshmi Sonu Kusel, and that paper title is Topic Discovery in Crop Science Domain Using Text Mining.
Ma'am, you are not audible. Please turn on the mic.
I'm audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is topic discovering crop science domain using text mining. I am PhD student in Indian Agriculture Studies Research Institute, New Delhi, and my guide is Dr. Krishna Kumar Chaturvedi, is the principal scientist in Indian Agriculture Studies Research Institute. Today's my topic is topic discovery in crop science domain using text mining. Topic discovery is a strategy to identify the hidden topics in a large collection of unstructured text. Because most of the time, how to analyze the unstructured text is the cumbersome process, and topic modeling is helpful in topic discovery and plays a significant role in producing the topic clusters. Topic is a group of words that frequently occur together and defines the semantic relationship of these words. To provide their approach and finding topics from unstructured text for com science using latent directed allocation with appropriate hyperlink setting to generate the topic quality. The abstract and the title of the research articles of the crop science domain extracted from the Krishi portals using the wave scraping technique and different pre-processing approaches involved in the finding the fixing the number of topics with the different combination of hyperparameters. And the results shows that some phenomena that we will discuss later. These are the outline of today's presentation. As we know, the data on the wave collected from the different sources, such as the experiment lab, field, survey, questionnaires, literature, etc. Most of the time, the data are available in text format. In order to find the relevant knowledge, that can be anything, that similarity, some patterns, some relationship between the data. That by using the machine learning and based on the techniques. The text mining provides an effective way to analyze hidden knowledge from this text. And the pattern repositories. Introduction, the topic find the semantic relationship among the text document. Suppose we have the some text and topics that human spread and measures. The topic modeling field. The LD has the three potential to generate the LD has the three level: document, topics, and word level. In the document is the collection of words, and topic is the hidden parameter in the text, and word is the observed variable. These are the graphical structure of LDA. The LD has the three hyperparameters that control the whole process of the topic generation from the text data. And the K is the number of topics, and that deal with the document topic distribution. Alpha is the control the per document topic distribution, and beta is the control the topic word distribution. These are the graphical model of LDA through which the topic can be identified. The motivation to apply the LDA model on the data set. The primary input parameter, the number of topics, and the text document. The topic discrete text data set is a challenging device because the selection of the hyperparameters can be affect the model performance as well as the topic characteristics. The best combination of parameters is discovering the topics in the crop science domain and help individuals to automatically organize, understand, search, and summarize documents in the interpretable categories. The objective of this work to deal with the different type of pre-processing technique with different amalgamation of hyperparameters to obtain using grid search.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you have only 2 more minutes to complete the presentation.
Okay. The different dimensions. These are the methodology of whole work. First, we are the collected data from the respective domain and apply the three different processing, and that data frequency input document frequency were applied for the text representation and identify the hyper optimization using grid search techniques and evaluate this result for the performance of the matrices. These are the three different ways of pre-processing. These are the data collection process through which we find the data from crop science domain that is available on the Krishi portal, and the data set contain the 2,371 articles of the crop science. These are the flow that we apply on the data set and create the some three models, that LGG1, LGG2, and LGA3. That is the define the three different pre-processing ways. And these are the some hyperparameter that will be configured through the some hyperparameter. That the processor can the following steps and choose some parameters and combinations of the hyperparameters. After that, develop the model and find the topics in the In this thing, we are the creating 160 combination of hyperparameters was prepared for data set. And results of data for the developed model. In that, we found that each will perform better for and after that the topic created by this model that is presented in this table represent the topic based on the topic. And that's this topic assists quality by the topic coherence.
Excuse me.
Perform better.
SK Morali, please turn off your mic. It's creating disturbance.
Model have we discussed and compared ways of 3 different processing ways on text data to discover the number of topics and in the selected list of research articles. The LDG1 found the good performance, but it's not produced the good topic quality is based upon the performance score and topic coherence. And LDG1 is not found best performance, but produce the good topics based on the topic coherence. The pre-processing affect the model performance as well as the quality of the topics. In addition, we may conclude if performance of the model is good, it doesn't mean it will be produce the good quality of topics. And the limitation of the study, the only one data set was used in the study and obtained from the grid search method. It will take too much time for the hyperparameter optimization for the model. In future, we will include the diverse set of research articles from various sources and we'll try to provide the new approach for the topic identification. These are the references. Thank you.
Lakshmi?
Yes, sir.
You are using text mining to particular this. So,
yes.
Did you use any like unstructured data to testing or tune the particular your machine?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, sir, I use the ICR's data, sir, that Krishi Porter repository crop science data that available research papers. I extracted the title and the abstract and create some data set. And after that, we apply the text mining technique on that data set and find the topics.
So how much size for the particular data set?
Size are 2,371.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, our next author is Himanshu Singh, and the paper title is Comparative Study on Various Eye Blink Detection Algorithms.
Excuse me, ma'am. Where is it visible? And am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I am a 4th year student of an New Horizon College of Engineering, and as part of our major project, we are representing this paper. It is basically a comparative study on various eye blink algorithm. So, first of all, and before going into the eye blink algorithm, we should understand the background of it. So, in the background, I would just say that eye blink is the only motion in our whole body which always stays with us. For example, there are so many people affected with motor neuron diseases, but even in those patients, the eye blink is the only part which they can move. And the another reason can be that in the human computer interaction, eye blink currently plays a very important role, especially by the eye gaze part. And nowadays a few security mechanisms are also being developed, which actually uses retina scan as a security measure. And the application which can be created based on all this is a few applications have been created, which includes moving the pointer, a mouse pointer using your eye gaze, and we can even perform by right click and left click using our eye motion. It can be easily done. For example, if we preset a particular speed of our eye blink as by the right click and some other speed or some other pattern of our eye movement as our left blink. The third application it can be also implemented to communicate using the Morse code. As we know that in the Morse code, it is a language which mainly consists of dots and dashes. So in that ये part also eye blink can play an important role. The fourth one can be your driver's behavior can also be assessed using the eye movement. For example, if a driver is driving a particular vehicle and if he is closing his or her eyes too much, then it can be understood that the driver is feeling sleepy, and with this we can actually stop a lot of accidents from happening. During the COVID period, we have also seen that people are actually glued to their screens, and in that process sometimes they forgot to take their proper rest for their eye. In that case, your dry eye detection system can also be created using this. The fifth one, a robotic automation system. In this particular thing, using the eye blink or using the eye movement, we can create robots around us or an automated robot around us which can do work on behalf of the individual, and the individual can actually direct the robot into a particular direction by using their eye. We can even create a typing mechanism with the eye blink by creating additional hardware system, for example, a type of headgear which can be then worn by the user, and then it can be used by them to do the typing mechanism by showing a keyboard onto the screen. Apart from that, there was a research paper which I was going through, in which a headgear was actually developed, which was looking into the brain waves of the individual. From that, they were figuring out the EEG data, and using that and the eye movement, they were controlling a customized wheelchair for that particular individual. So now, since we have already seen so many applications related to it, now I would like to show you all that what all algorithms we have actually compared in our comparative study. Yes, ma'am.
So you have only 2 more minutes
Okay,
to
ma'am.
complete the presentation.
Got it. So in these parameters, a few parameters are giving the live feed, a pre-recorded video, different contrast video, and so on. So the first algorithm is the eye sclera. So sclera is basically the white portion in our eye, and if we look into our whole face can be seen as a black thing, and then this particular sclera, as it is seen as a white portion, it can be easily detected using the Bayesian decision threshold. But in this particular algorithm, the accuracy achieved was only 73%. The another algorithm is the genetic algorithm. Genetic algorithm is mainly not considered for the videos and all, but still if we are gonna use it at that time, it's gonna take high computation. That is why we thought not to go ahead with this. The third one we used was the counter extraction. In this, our whole face is actually divided into 16 landmark features, and based upon all those features, our eyes are actually detected using the pre-saved templates. This could be a possible algorithm which we could choose for our future work. But then we saw another algorithm which is a GPU based SIFT tracking algorithm. In this, even a low quality image can be used, or a low quality video can also be used to actually detect eye blink. But since it is GPU based, it is also requires very high computation. This is the fifth algorithm which we have currently considered, which is a Gabor filtered. So a Gabor filtered Haar-based classifier, what it does, it actually detects with the arcs of the eye, and based on the arcs of the eye.
Marcel, your time is over now.
Yes, sir. And just a second, sir. It is with the last algorithm. That's it.
Please be quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So in this, what happens? Our eyes arcs are actually detected, and since arcs are detected, so even if the individual moves their head by a certain angle, it can still detect the eye movement. So now conclusion. Depending upon all these algorithms, we have now decided to actually prepare a working model for the patient which are suffering from ASL diseases, for example, Stephen Hawking, so that all those people can also have a basic communication system. And in that particular thing, we will be using the R-based classifier method as our main algorithm, which will be integrated with the APIs.
Excuse me.
And these are the appendix. Any questions?
You have exceeded your time. All right, we'll begin
Yes,
with
sir.
the questions. Sir.
Mansu,
Yes, sir.
You are using iBlink concept in this particular.
Yes, sir.
Is it only for useful for the drivers? You taken some example like the drivers using.
Not only for the drivers, sir. As I have given another example also. For example, student can also use it. For example, students and nowadays are spending so much of their time on all these devices. So sir, dryness and a detection system can also be used to actually help student and maintain their eyes. And so apart from that, in the automation system also it can be used. And then there are so many other applications for the human computer interaction and all these things, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, our next author is Miss Pramila Rani, and the paper title is A Study on Transpiling Speech into Python Code.
Sorry? Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me again?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. In those, there is some problem. I think two presentations are there in parallel.
This is the speech to text conversion using NLP, the speech to transpiling one. Hello.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anirudh, and our title is basically a case study on speech to text conversion using NLP. So, these are the authors and co-authors. So we have Ms. Pramila Rani, Dr. Rachna P, Anusia Datta, myself, Anirudh Pandita, and Anusha V. Saliman. So, heading over to the abstract of this paper is that now we have seen a lot of major improvements when it comes between human to machine correlation, so such as enabling machine work their way on their own using artificial intelligence and most sophisticated machine learning algorithms ever to be created. Also, we have seen some of the applications which requires the input to be as a in a form of speech. We can say it as a languages, and this the study of human languages so that the machine can able to understand is like way beyond like it has started from the before 20 to 30 years before itself, 30 45 years before. We can so one of the example which I can give you right now is voice assistants we have right now around us, such as Amazon's Alexa and Google Assistant or Siri. These devices basically are used to assist the person who is commanding it. So the commands can basically range from asking basic queries about the time or the weather, or to get some particular information over the internet. But our problem which we have stuck over is basically with the developers. So as a developer, we have to code a lot of code when it comes to major frameworks or architecture software such as backend development or database migration scripts, and it is unlikely that and it's the traditional way of actually getting your queries done is basically to head over to Google and get some code. You just copy paste it and you can get it done. But how about if we have an assistant type of system which is generally used for only to code? We can it can be only related to coding part. You can help it to fetch some code snippets, or you can even translate your human speech as a code format. So that's one of the architecture we are trying to build over here, is to create a system where the human speech can be first converted into a meaningful text, or let us say syntax of a particular format, which can be, yeah.
So you have only 2 minutes left.
Yeah, sure. So we can effectively convert those transcription into its equivalent Python code. And the question may arise, like, why Python? It's because Python is a very simple language to construct. It can be very user friendly as well. The solution is not restricted only to the developers, but it can be also, as a future scope, can be used by the schools as well. Coming to the exit system, which we were very happy to stumble upon, was a system which works on the same principle, but rather than converting the speech into its equivalent code, it works on keyword matching. So how does this work is, they have created their own editors such that they can interact with their own servers and just copy paste the code if they find a match. So this is actually generally irrelevant because they just make their own notepad editor, such a kind of thing. And we have very popular IDEs today, such as PyCharm and VS Code. And these are the IDEs which developers tend to use more. So our proposed system is to remove the added editor, but to introduce a system which can interact with the IDEs itself, such as PyCharm and VS Code editors. So what we are trying to do with natural language processing is to figure out the sentences from the human speech either through voice recordings, or they can even, we are also planning to implement real-time speech capturing, so that we can have like minimum latency and like a real-time experience for the developers or the users. Which is then which can be then converted using one of our custom-made parsers, which can then pick out the important keywords from the transcription and generate a syntax of Python code and the steps required for the client to actually automate the task for writing them in the IDEs itself. We need not have a separate IDE built out of it. This is the architecture flow diagram of the proposed system. We can see we have a transcription on the client side, which can then be sent to our server. The server can determine if it's from the database or the code. And once the server finishes its job, it can just send the code back to be used in one of the following IDs. So this is the thing we are trying to implement. This is currently a survey paper. We looked upon techniques of converting speech into text using NLPs, more predominantly using RNN and with a combination of LSTM gates. Also, we looked on papers of actually picking out meaningful sentences from the word, which can actually help us to create our own set of data sets so that we can train the model as per our wish, as per the requirements and the outputs we want to have. So thank you, and any questions?
Parmila Rani.
She's the main author and the co-author. My name is Anirudh.
Okay, your case study on speech to text conversion using NLP.
Yeah.
The particular speech to text using, there are a lot of applications are available on the internet.
Yeah, so there are a lot of a lot of applications available right now, but our system is mainly focused to convert the speech or just to code, nothing else. We are not trying to create a global assistant type of system which are already available. You might see Amazon Alexas or Google Assistant, which are like way far beyond their competition. But what we are trying to do is just make it simpler, a simple assistant which can just help you to code. It can you can use the power of that assistant and also your typing speed to enhance your productivity as well. Currently, we are already planning to convert the text into Python, but future scope can be to allow many more languages as we progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just stop my screen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now
Have a nice day.
Author is Rajesh Kumar Upadhyay, and the paper title is Effect of Detectility on Rubbishing Concrete Columns.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. This is my title, Effect of Ductility on Rubberized Concrete Column. I am Rajesh Kumar Upadhyay, Deputy General Manager in L&T Construction. I am pursuing PhD from CMJ University, Meghalaya, on the topic investigation on the strength, deflection, impact, energy absorption, and ductility index of the treated rubberized concrete named crumb rubber aggregate concrete. Working experience is around 20 years. Regarding my topic, this is just a concrete where the aggregate is replaced with crumb rubber tire chips. After that, this replacement of the aggregate with the rubber, the load eccentricity effect and load curvature and load moment interaction diagram was prepared, and this is the reading. This is the outcome of this learning. So this article illustrates the result of sort column using different PMCs to assess the effect of the rubber total as a partial substitute for coarse total in concrete. The responses of column was examined to evaluate the test units displacement examples. The test data stood out from the limited component model when compared to the ordinary concrete totals. Column with a 5% rubber total replacement ratio had comparable burden. Conduct a definitive heap of the column made with 5% reused rubber total as an aggregate could be supplemented and utilized due to the comparative reaction as that of column prepared with the customary concrete. Rubber waste is a substance that is very resistant to most common ecosystem, and it's quite robust. Accordingly, the removal of utilized tire is the main issue. To improper removal can prompt critical ecological issues that is permanent, practically obvious in emerging nations, where ecological regulation is normally the main thrust behind the judicious administration of the utilized tires. Following the implementation of the different and most naturally reasonable methods for the managing waste materials are seen to the EU regulations, recycling and material recovery. An efficient way to utilize rubber is to include recycled tire
Excuse me,
rubber
sir.
in.
Sir, you have only 2 minutes.
Ma'am, it is very less time. So introduction part, I will skip the introduction part. I will directly go to the methodology. So preparing the concrete, the Excel you are looking here. In this only some rubber chips were replaced in the place of aggregate, and a total 18 specimens were prepared. The below table is you can see in below tables total 6 type of beam columns were prepared and examined. This is the drawing of the arrangement. You can see here this type of column was prepared for examination, and reinforcement detailed in right side we are looking. The specimen were disappointed in 5 to 10 minutes after the compressive stress was applied. at a rate of 6 to 8 kilonewton per minute at the middle of the tension bar. 2 TML strain gauges were mounted using covering tape to avoid inadvertent harm during the pour of the concrete. 6 strain gauges were installed. These gauges are you are looking here, and LVDT transducers were installed to take the reading. This left side you are looking the figure in green color. This is the column, and this green color is the arrangement. And this ultimate load and mid-span column of deflection were taken. The load limit is shown to the drop and the mid-height deformation grows when the applied load eccentricity is increased. When it comes to the loading, rubber concrete behaves almost exactly like concrete without rubber has. And when it comes to avoidance, rubber concrete exhibits greater deviation than regular concrete. However, a definitive button is practically similar. And the right side regarding load curvature and load moment interaction, in light of IS code, is accomplishing somewhat comparable qualities to code with reasonable safety parameters used in organizing columns in eccentric load. In comparison to concrete columns, rubber columns are more ductile and have a higher component potential. Column curvature is much better than that of the control columns. As a result, it seems that its brightness is different from regular concrete in several ways. This was the curvature diagram. And the conclusion of the learning is the segment load limit decreases as load eccentricity increases at the mid-height displacement at failure increase. Analytical deficient offer an amazing estimate of preliminary burden limit, deviations, strengths, etc. with the specific unique cases. Load amount capabilities are predicted using interaction graph reliant upon IS code. Techniques in accomplishing moderatory pretty much the same qualities as that of experimental ones. The segment flexibility of concrete would increase by 2.7% if TDA were used as a lightweight aggregate. It was discovered that TDA in the range of 5% may be utilized.
Your time is over now.
Sorry?
Your time is over now.
Just a half minute, sir. Efficient replacement for coarse aggregate. According to the design of column, all of their failure are brittle, and when they collapse under the compression, concrete experiment compressive stress of around 0.00015 and a tensile strength in concrete of about 0.002 is seen when column break under the tensile stress. These are the references we took, and thank you, sir.
Rajesh?
Yes, sir.
Suppose some of the failure in the particular design of the column.
Yes, sir.
Then to rectify that after completing the particular like bridge or like column. So how would you rectify that such type of failure?
Sir, there is no, if column is failed, then there is no question of rectification. The column is failed means this column, this is only for learning base. And this is for only concrete material, not for the design, for the steel, for other changes are not included in this learning, in this research. So if it is only due to failure due to material, then this material can be replaced with some higher grade, or this can be discarded.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now our next author is Shruti S. And the paper title is Design Model for Flight Delay Prediction Using Quantum Machine Learning.
Am I audible, madam? And my screen is visible?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. My paper title is Design Model for Flight Delay Prediction Using Quantum Machine Learning. These are contents. Myself, Shruti Pofre.
And please increase your volume. It's very
Myself, Shruti Pofre. I'm a research scholar pursuing PhD in the Sandeep University, Nashik, Maharashtra. My domain, PhD topic domain is quantum machine learning. Also, I'm working as the assistant professor IT department of Dr. Vittal Rao Vikhe Patil College of Engineering, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra since last 16 years. And my guide is Dr. P.R. Patil. He is the associate professor at Sandeep University, Nashik, Maharashtra. This is the abstract of my article. So I just give in 1 minute, then I proceed all the things I have mentioned in the presentation. So in this paper, I have proposed the mathematical model first for my design model of flight delay prediction using quantum machine learning, as well as I have implemented the SVM-SVR algorithm for the flight delay prediction, and in which I have achieved the accuracy almost 70%. That is in the form of MSc, then RMSc and R2 score. In the introduction, the demand for the airport transport has been increased significantly with the rapid growth of the global economy. Airline plays a vital role transporting the people on and good on the time. So the important business of the airline is to get the customer satisfaction. So the flight delay has been observed as one of the toughest problem in the aviation sector because of the weather mechanism problem, late arrival of the aircraft delay, departure delay. It leads to the customer dissatisfaction. So avoiding the flight delay is becoming now a challenging task. So accurate flight delay prediction is fundamental to establish the more efficient airline business. So from the flyer side, flight delay causes the inconvenience of the travel disturb schedule because of time and the economy. For the airline, when there is a frequently flight delay, it will become the economic loss. And for the airport, the flight delay affects on the normal operation of the airport. So the significance of the study is that to establish a robust and effective model to handle this flight delay prediction problem, it is important. So the machine learning and the deep learning are now fastest growing field in the computer. And also the important thing that is the quantum computing with the machine learning is in the now fastest growing field. So quantum computing is now concerned with the creation of computer-based technology, construction and the design of the quantum theory. This quantum theory is nothing but which includes the nature and the component of energy and the matter quantum level, which is basically based on the qubit or quantum bit. To resolve this optimization problem, traditional algorithm which uses the classical model and the quantum machine learning algorithm. I have done my literature survey in the two parts, as there is no any base paper is available or this system is not available. So I divided my literature survey in these two parts. First is the flight delay prediction using machine learning, and the second is which is using the quantum machine learning. So these are the some papers I have found, that is some findings from the paper flight delay, like the application of the flight delay algorithm to predict using the machine learning, in which there is a decision tree logistic regression. Then some papers, I have almost 17 to 18 papers find, as there is a short time, so I'm not going to explain in detail, but these are the findings in my first literature review part. Then second literature review part is the quantum computing and the QML. So almost I have find with the 50 papers. So which is nothing but which gives what are the different parts of the quantum machine learning, what are their methodologies in the quantum machine learning, like that quantum neural network, then quantum k-mean, quantum SVM, then Q learning, etc. And afterwards, I have concluded my literature review in the form of this diagram. So this diagram says that in this diagram, it has been, this part is divided, whatever the literature review in the quantum computing, that is the quantum machine learning part, then quantum deep learning, quantum optimization problem, quantum artificial intelligence and the application.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you have only 2 minutes.
Fine. So this is my conclusion. And then my research workflow is that with the pre-processed data of the flight delay, I will be applied with the machine learning in which SVM, SVR, where I have presented in my paper, then linear regression and the quantum neural network with these three parts, that is the 1 qubit, 3 qubit, 5 qubit. These are the this is the data set I have used, that is the with the for the period, that is the January 2015 to December 2015. So this is the pre-processing I done, like just simple steps I give. That is analyzing the data framework, then calculating the mean, then concentrating on a particular airline with the divider of the airport. Then I mainly work on this. I have implemented with the SVM SVR, so support vector machine with the regression, with the two parts, sequential and random. So in the sequential, data has been splitted in the form of sequential form, and here in the random SVM SVR, data has been splitted in the randomly part. So where the training testing has been considered in the 70%, 30% part. And in the SVM SVR, I have obtained the result in the form of this graph, where I can conclude the number of flights as the y-axis and the in the milliseconds. So the conclusion is that almost the 50 flights which are the delay for the 80,000 seconds, this result in the second, and I obtained the performance measure in the form of MAC, MAE, and R2 score. Then for the random, same again I have obtained. And now I move towards what is my extension of the work as the quantum computing. So this is the quantum computing, where it works on the quantum state and the quantum gate and the qubits. So the qubit is nothing but it is an abstraction of the quantum system which has the two possible configuration of the state. Then superposition, it refers to the quantum phenomenon where the quantum system can work in the multiple states or places at the exactly same time. As per this diagram, we can see there is a 0 and there is a 1, and this is a superposition. Means we can find with this formula what is the possibility of the 0 and what is the possibility of the 1. So in the qubit, again in detail I have given here. So this qubit can be nothing but it can be work in the 0 or 1. Suppose I want to give the state for the 0, it is the combination of 1 and 0. Means we can consider here what is the probability of the 0 and what is the probability of 1. Here we can, yes.
Your time is over now.
Okay, fine. So this is my conclusion. Thank you.
Shruti?
Yes, sir.
You are using quantum computing
Yes.
for the particular flight delay prediction.
Yes, sir. Yes.
But quantum computing, as you know, that it's a future computing, or you can say it's above supercomputer
Yes.
part of that.
Yes.
So why we have to use quantum computing for the particular flight delay prediction? Normal machines we can work with that.
Yes, sir. As I already told you, I did that diagram. In that, it has been found that when the number of applications other than this flight delay, they have compared with the machine learning and the quantum, and definitely the more accuracy obtained with the quantum machine learning. So I choose that quantum machine learning.
Okay, one more that you are using SVM algorithm to particular in the machine learning algorithm. Why SVM? Because
Okay, actually it is
Hello?
SVM.
हाँ भैया कितनी बार अजून यायला वापस
Hello, SVR actually I'm using, that is a regression. When we are
ठीक
going to
है,
predict
ठीक है.
anything, we need to use the we have generally used with the regression algorithm. So I'm using that SVR, and even I'm also using the linear regression also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
बॅटर्स मिळणे गेली मला त्यांना नेट ना.
Thank you, ma'am. Now our next author is Shan Mugapriya, and the paper title is Fraud Recruitment Detection Using Machine Learning.
जाऊ दे लॉग इन करा मला लॉग इन. हाँ काय म्हणले काय म्हणले मोबाईलचं जाऊन करा तर लागेलच की.
All the participants are requested to mute yourself.
Our author is Shan Mugapriya, and the paper title is Fraud Recruitment Detection Using Machine Learning. Our next author is Santhil Kumar, and the paper title is Analyzing and Prediction of Diabetes Mellitus Using Machine Learning Techniques. Final call, Surya Pandey, and the paper title is Research on Enhancing Accuracy in Vehicle Detection. Is there Surya Pandey?
This is the final call for Gautam Naidu. Paper title is E-Healthcare System to Secure Sharing Using Cloud. Next, we have Mohammad Asma. Paper title, Enhanced Environment and Effective Usage of Controlled Environment in Wireless Sensor Network Application. No. Final call for fraud recruitment detection using machine learning. Last call for analysis and prediction of diabetes mellitus using machine learning techniques. And last call for research on enhancing accuracy in vehicle detection by Surya Pandey. Thank you all for your presence and for sharing your wonderful experience with all of us. Thank you, sir.